Hello everyone. How is everyone doing today? Let me take that timer off. And we can start. Or more like resume, right? Because we are just resuming our work. It's the fourth part so far of working on this driver. So let's quickly recap what we did and how we did it, because this is one of those projects that I don't pick up until I actually start a stream, so I haven't absolutely touched it in between. So I need to remind myself, what on earth were we doing? So let's just quickly zip through the code so that we can remember, alright? Yeah, last time modified 7 days ago, exactly. Okay, looks like you can see the screen. Let me just make sure you can hear me. Looks like you can hear me. Okay, great. So in that case, what we did, we have our main procedure. We are using all the async stuff, which is fun. Okay, we connect to SurrealDB. We connect to test stuff. All right, we can switch to the namespace using our brand new Surreal use. Then we sign in as a root user. We have the whole is okay and whatnot. Great. We have info to just print out info. And we had that other temporary code that basically sends a lot of requests, which we're gonna do because I want to see what is the difference in performance for those 500 requests versus, you know, last time when we were testing it, we were using the SurrealKV as a backend, which is like an alpha version or whatever, experimental. While now, during yesterday, we switched to RocksDB as a backend, which is the standard for a single deployment, whatever. So we'll see how that works, if there's any difference. And at the end, we disconnect. All right. So we have this simple thing. So let's see if it still runs. Okay. Let's see. Run. And we've got error. Attempting to call undeclared routine select. 31. Oh. How does our select work now? Don't we have that in queries? Select. SurrealDB and the thing. And maybe we're not importing the queries anymore? Let's just make sure. Oh, we're not importing it. Queries. There we go. Save. And now it shows our errors here. Surreal result. Because we were changing a lot of stuff, right? Surreal result, JSON node. We're doing something with that. It's gonna be an adjustment, right? Okay, shows there's no errors. Shows one error somewhere here with futures type mismatch. Oh yeah, future of what is it? Future of JSON node. That's what we're specifying. Well, we're giving it. Wait. Can we go to select and see what it returns? Select returns future of SurrealDB of JSON node. So it will be future of Surreal result of JSON node. There we go. Now it's better. And now this is. Now this is an unhappy. What the heck? Wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now it's good. Okay. Okay, it is a little bit more responsive today. I don't think they did anything special in here. Yeah, still nothing. The add-on still doesn't work, but maybe we can just run it now. Please, work. Both failed. Oh no. Serial name line 38. Okay. Result is response result. Oh, because we don't need to unpack it anymore, right? So, okay, we unfold the responses. So responses will be basically a list of surreal results. Okay, so result is we're not even doing that, right? We've got the response and we just go response dot okay. We'll assume it's okay, right? And that should be already our thing. So let's try it again. We'll just assume that we get all okay responses, right? Okay. Oh no, we didn't receive 1,000 items in one of the responses. And that's for all, however, 20 of them. Let me just remind myself how this thing worked. We got a response and we check if it's okay, right? If it's okay, the okay is the response. So let's take a peek at this whole surreal result. Common? I don't remember where we put it. Hello, Pancake Dev. Yes, you are the first one here. I believe so. Nice. This time, we didn't miss each other. How are you doing? Okay, so what did we have here? In common, there's the RPC method, which I don't care about much right now. Yeah, not much in common. In utils, not either. In core, there we go. Serial response. It has the OK, which will be the type that we specified, which will be the JSON node or the error. So, I wonder. So let's see how we took care of it. Because in an example that works, like info, we printed it out, right? For info, we got is okay true, okay is no. All right? And that's our, oh, that's our okay. Wait, what? No, we just returned the whole info, which is both this and that. Okay. Penguin Dev says, good. That's good to hear. So I don't remember. Did you ever do anything with the NIM language before? Have you ever done anything with that? And how's your fork game? I'm hoping for next gen graphics. Okay, so basically when we go here for the response, we check if it's okay, and when we get elements, oh, we're not getting 1,000 because we never put any elements there, right? So because we just reset the database, so let's put data in there, all right? I'm gonna go to Surreal list, to our streaming DB, and we're gonna change namespace to test and database test. Okay, and we are querying. What are we querying for in here? Select item. Okay, so we just need table item and 1,000 elements in there. So let's do that. Let's query, and we're gonna make it create. How the hell was it? Item 1,000, or I think so. Like in those pipes, 1,000. Set description is wololo. Okay, let's see if that works. No, I think I need to do something more fancy here, like this. Yes, we've got 1,000 items. Great. Exactly 1,000 items. Go to Explorer, item, got 1,000 wololos, right? 40 pages. Great. So now when I run it again, it should say that there's 1,000 everywhere. Yeah, look at that. This was a bit faster than the previous one. What if I'm gonna run 500 requests? 500 requests to the database at the same time, all sent at once. Let's see it struggle. Oh, it goes a little bit faster. Okay, great. It's not like chunking like the other one did. It still takes a long time to just have 500 responses that only send 1,000 items each. Huh. Interesting. But okay, at least we've got something working. As far as I know, it's just there's some cost to any kind of request being sent to the database. So I guess the fact that it's getting extra number of data or whatever changes something. I don't know. All right. At least we know that we have it working. So I recall that the use is finalized and we were working on sign in. So we have our sign in query.name. Let's see what we did here. Sign in for user, root user, namespace user. Okay. It just provides different data, right? We have separate one for the database user. Okay. And then we've got a record user, which did we finish it? I think so, because it's just we just add the AC in addition to other things as parameters. Send query. Sign in with those parameters, and that's it. Yep. So we got that done. Let's see what that looks like here in the RPC protocol. All right. Because we went to use, we kind of went through info, which what does accept? Info? Yeah, that's the only thing. And then we got the sign up. So we've got those variants, but we have another variant that specifies any variables used by the sign up query for the record access method. Oh, so this is where we potentially could send more stuff. Because you can see that namespace, database, and AC are the required ones. But then things like username and password are additional ones. So in theory, for the record access, we could in theory just specify like, hey, send us whatever. Because when you define, in SurrealDB, when you define the sign up for a specific AC, as in access method, each access method, this one can require a password, the other one maybe requires, I don't know, what could be a good authentication method? I don't know. Some kind of secret, right? You could set it up where you need to send 7 passwords for some reason, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Yeah. Or you need to put in an address and wait until you get a letter with the password. Whatever. So we should specify that there's actually extra stuff. Because sign up. Everything that's required for sign. Oh, that's sign up, not sign in. We're doing sign in. Oh, I am so silly. Yes, sign up is to create the account. Okay. While sign in is to log in. I hate this sign in, sign up. Don't like that. So we have user and password required for root, namespace, and DB. While for the other user, it could be anything else. And it's not that we just specify, oh, this is string, string, string. We need to get pairs of a name of the parameter and the value of it. So we need to send 2 things. And I wonder if we need to support additionally that it could be a number, could be something else, right? Who the hell knows? Okay, this might be tough. Yeah, this might be a little bit tougher than I expected. So on our nym side, what can we do here? Um, hmm. Because right now we have the thing. As a record user, I'm requiring it to provide user and password, which just, you know, can make sense, but it doesn't have to. And other parameters, I said that it's just var args of JSON node. I think that's a good idea to have it as a JSON node, because that means we could provide a number, we could provide an array, we could provide anything else that the database will eventually interpret in some kind of way, because we're sending it as JSON array, the whole thing anyway. So maybe we should have some kind of specific. Oh, I know. We should probably specify that this needs to be a JSON object rather than just a JSON node. But that wouldn't really go with how this works. Because it's not only how do we specify it here, the whole idea is to make it easy to use from the perspective of end user, right? Because if I'll go here, where I have the current sign in, right? Where is it? Here, sign in like this. But what if I'll have the record user sign in response, right? I want await surreal.sign in. Okay. And I'll say this is, I need to specify the namespace, so it'll be test. The database will be db1, okay? And then the access will be, for example, user, right? That's the access method, for example. And then I need to specify the extra parameters. How do I specify them? Because if I'll just make a var, var args for JSON nodes, I could put whatever here, but I need to make them into JSON nodes somehow, which would be what? Percentage, star, and I know. The user will be username, right? ABC, right? That will be the name, and then we would have the JSON formatted password, right? But in addition to that, we would need to have, hey, this is not just that. This needs to have a name. That this is the password, because that's the name of the argument or something. So how do we make it? How do we format it in a way that it's difficult to make that error? In JavaScript, you just make, okay, this is an object, so that forces you to have a key and value, right? How do we specify it here? What about those tables in them? Let me just look at them again. And we've got some kind of tutorial here, which totally doesn't matter. Can we get back here to... No, tutorial part 1. Do we have something about tables here? Procedures, basic types, fast types, sequences, open array, vargs. Excuse me. Objects. I mean, objects, we have name and something here. So that could be one way where we can specify basically a set of those objects, which wouldn't be the worst, but then we would need to say, hey, this is the, key value or something, or parameter, and we just specify it like that, which kind of could be reused in other areas for specifying parameters, right? Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. But then we had tables somewhere. We have tuples. Oh, so we could actually specify it as a tuple, right? That we have a name of the parameter and the value, which is again interesting. But then we just write them like this, which could be confusing, I guess, but still probably beats a situation where we always need to put in a name. We always need to say that, okay, I'm specifying age and whatnot, because this will be really repetitive. Yeah. And they don't go into statements here. I mean, into tables. So let's look also at the tables, right? We go to the standard library and we'll have tables. I always need to look them up because I always forget how to use them. So that's how we define them, right? Something and something. And we just say to table, which kind of sucks that we need to specify that at the end, right? What is this then if not a table? Um, Names and years. Beatles is in a table, string, and int. And we can specify this and that. And the random to table there. What is this then? I forgot. Value semantics. Yeah, ref semantics. Because then we would have something like secret 1, right? Will be secret 1, okay? And the other thing will be secret 2 or whatever. But what is it now with those curly brackets? The hell is this data type? If this extension worked, I would know, but now I forgot. What the hell was it? Name dictionary, yeah. That is mapping from keys to values. Other hand, when A is a ref table instead, then we change, yeah, new table. Okay, so new table is for reference table, right? While this will be a value table, so it's copied over instead of referenced. Okay, makes sense. So it's just too bad we don't have. What the hell is this? Maybe Claude can help us out, because I'm getting confused. And how do I select the project that this is supposed to use? Of course, I can't. Projects, please, nim expert. What data type is the result? Is the a variable set to? And we just do nim, and we'll just say let a is. We're just gonna do straight up. ABC is, wait, hello. While this is there, okay? I just want to know, what is this? Because if it's gonna say table, it's gonna be wrong. It's thinking deeply, okay? In the meantime, we're gonna try out also the new ChatGPT, because I want to know. Basically, it's set to table string type to nim. It's creating a table, also known as a hash table. But I don't have the to table there. And name this table construct syntax, usually syntactic sugar. But there's no to table. But there's no to table, nor new table, nor to order table in my example. Okay, let's correct it. And in the meantime, we can do this. I can hide that part. And let's see. Correct. Base shown this case without explicitly converting to a table. A is actually a sequence. Really? That's how you define a sequence? Interesting. Which is a sequence of tuples where each tuple contains two strings. Okay. Creates what's often table constructor. Okay, so it's a weird non-existent type, basically. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if it's part of some kind of macro or weird operator. I guess it would need to be specified that, hey, this needs to be a table and you need to call to table or something. So in theory, we could specify that you either provided a table or you provided something else, and that would work. So let me just ask the same question to ChatGPT and we'll see if we're gonna get any result. So what data type is the A NIM programming language? I'm just gonna specify it here because we didn't specify, this here Claude knows it's in NIM project, has access to extra stuff, but I want to see what ChatGPT will tell us. Oh, that's the wrong ChatGPT. Shoot. Is a table. See? It thinks it's a table. So let's just do this. Start a new conversation. We're gonna use the new O1 preview. Okay. The A variable. Notice the lack of to table, etc. Okay. Let's see if we're gonna get any different result this time. I'm curious what this O1 will be like when it comes to programming. It's supposed to be good for that specific purpose. So investigating, analyzing data structures, interpreting code. Of course, I just love how Sims-like this whole piece this text is. It's just wow. It's thinking a long time. 20 seconds. That's a new record. A is inferred to be type of table string. This means it's a hash table. Here's why. Curly braces with key value pairs. Okay. Type inference. No need for to table. In older versions of NIM, you might need it to use the to table function to convert sequence of key value pairs into table. However, in recent versions, NIM can automatically infer and create a table from a literal without explicitly calling to table. Are you sure about that? We are going to test that, okay? I sound like a farm project YouTube channel. We're going to test that. I just need a little bit more characteristic voice. All right, so let's try that. Sure. Let's see if we're gonna specify it. Where's our code? What the heck? If we're gonna allow for this kind of syntax, if we can avoid using to table. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have a new sign inquiry, okay? And this will be for the record user. We don't provide a user password, no other parameters as this thing. Other parameters will be table Do we want to reference a copy? We might want a copy because there's a possibility that we'll be that we don't want to copy because A, we won't be modifying it. B, we will basically, what do you call it? We want to reference that data instead of copying it because who knows, maybe there's a lot of data being transferred. And we could probably use the similar technique for whatever else is gonna come. So let's do that it's string, comma. Let's try string again, like initially, right? Because this is more of a familiar type. So let's specify it like this. We don't have anything here. And we have this syntax here, right? This weird thing. Are we actually specifying a table here? We might be actually already specifying the table here, huh? So what if we're gonna specify the var params table is just this thing, right? That's our params table. Alrighty. And params will be, we'll just do this. Param and other params. We could add each parameters, but for now, I'm just gonna ignore it. Okay, and we just wrap it all in this thing. Wait, what? What the hell's going on? I think I'm misinterpreting how back then I misinterpreted what it's supposed to look like. With root users, scope user. Yeah, with scope user, we have parameters, we have those three, and we have just one dictionary entry with all this thing. Okay. So I must have been misinterpreting things previously, but no, we're just adding to this one. So the code is fine. Okay, the code is fine. It's just some weird stuff going on. And this here is confused. No generic parameters are allowed for table. Table ref. What the heck? Oh, our docs went away. What? There we go. So we had our table. So we can specify a type of a table. Where are we in? Center library. How are we missing a page? Again, in tables, right? How do we specify the type of a table? We have in a table, and we can specify the types, right? When we initialize it. But we can't. What? Order table, AB. Table, AB. Maybe it's because we don't have the tables. Tables or table? What a silly question. So we specify tables, and now maybe we'll be able to specify this thing here. Where did we go? Yeah, table reference. Bam. And it's this. Not sure if that's gonna compile, but I want to try to use it, okay? That I'm gonna straight up try to use it. And here it's already complaining. Expression mismatch. Yeah, it's probably not liking something. I wonder if we need to, because of that, also say tables here. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. and other params. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and other params. So that's fine. Dot to table ref. New table. Save. Now it's happy. Oh, so if I'm gonna do it without it, right? It's complaining. So expression sign in this. And it shows. Oh, I see. So now it shows that it's a sequence of those tuples. So basically, at some point, Claude was correct. Okay. While it's an array of from 0 to 1, string. While we're expecting it to be a table. So what would be the benefit of a table here? None, I think. Because the moment we have those as just that, I'd be fine. Hello, Taras. You're in 2 places at the same time. What's going on? How are you doing? I hope you're better today. It's weekend after all. Okay, we're doing good. It's good to hear. Did you have a good Saturday? Boring one or busy one? What's up? Okay, so let's try to update this surreal thing because this syntax is much nicer than running the to table whatever or requiring you to even know about this import stuff. So let's say that we're going to do it in this way. I'm going to remove this whole tables import. And in sign inquiry, we're going to also remove the tables. And we're going to specify that this is not a table reference. It's just an array. That's how you specify it. Array of tuple like this. Let's use core maybe or something to specify a type. Let's specify it as something really simple before even surreal or before let's have result, right? Then we can specify type, which will be a param, which will be tuple, where we have the key is string and value will be string for now. Okay. Query param, just like that. Okay, we can switch it to JSON node later. So we're gonna grab this and say it's an array of query param. And how the hell do you specify that it's an array? I forgot now. Oh no. You just do this? What the heck? How was it? I'm losing my mind, I think. Too many languages, too many ways to specify the same thing. That says I've been part-time lawyer today. Whoa, I needed to prepare my own contract for exchanging my compensation for stocks. It was fun. I also have been thinking more about the SQL project. Wow, okay, you've been busy. For some second, I thought that today was already Saturday. What the heck? Okay. Something's not right here with the head. Maybe because of the headache. Who the hell knows? Okay. That sounds good. That says this happened to me with yesterday. I was thinking it was Friday yesterday. Ah, okay. Yep. Happens from time to time. I guess it doesn't improve when you get older. Okay, so now, what the hell am I missing? I mean, I know what I'm missing. I'm for some reason don't remember how to define arrays. Basic types. Arrays. Array. Oh, because we need to specify the number of elements. Oh, oh no. So I need to say a sequence, right? That's it. A sequence of query parent. Now it's fine. Now it's correct. Okay. All right. Now we're talking. So if that's the case, we should be able to see that this is fine, but it's not at this point. Come on, this matches the thingy. SurrealDB, string, 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 and this. Okay, array of tuples, string, string. Well, we have expected this one. What? It looks like it expects the wrong one. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble actually using the NIM language. It seems so nice on paper, but and everything makes sense as you're learning it. But at the same time, it's just hard for me to quickly grab it and actually be successful at using it. You know, initially my whole goal was that, okay, I'm gonna learn the NIM language, and I hope I'm gonna write this whole file API. The thing that I already started writing nearly a year ago at some point. Where is it? Where did I have it? GitHub.com, right? I had file API, right? Little project where, you know, initially started here, just a simple file API, right? A simple RESTful API that allows you to manipulate files and directories. Nothing crazy. The whole thing is that you can run in a Docker, point it at some directory, and it's gonna make that directory available over HTTP. Okay? You just, you know, have basic authentication, and you just, you know, path. The path of the directories and depth, that's just for listing, downloading a file, you just get file, right? And you just provide the path and you're gonna get the file. Or you can upload it, you know, multi-part or whatnot. Check if the file exists, or maybe get the things like get file size and whatnot. And in the future, you know, I basically want you to be able to, through HTTP, do things like create directories, delete them, maybe rename, move the whole thing, copy, do all those basic operations just through HTTP with some basic permissions and whatnot. Not a crazy project, but it has its own quirks, right? It's just basically lots of edge cases that could go wrong. And I started doing it in Bon as, you know, Node.js alternative. It was before Bon 1.0, and even got some contributions and whatnot because it was Hacktoberfest last year. And then I was like, okay, you know what? The problem with this thing is I want to host it on my own home lab. I'm running it on tiny devices, and because of that, I want to conserve RAM and all the other things. I just want it to be fast and lightweight. This might be a good exercise to maybe pick some other language up that could allow me to do something lighter, right? So I figure I found Go language, and I'm like, okay, let's try that. I started, 6 months ago. I just picked up Go, and okay, let's write it here. I got to some half-decent point where, you know, I was able to start doing things. I even found a nice library that allows me to write decent tests and whatnot. And then it's just, as I'm learning Go, I was starting to get pissed off that, okay, generics are lacking and all the other things. And I was, you know what? Let's look at other languages. I tried Zig, and it's like, nope, this is too low level. Rust, I'm never gonna get anywhere. And all other things. And everything started pointing at nim because it had the feature set. I mean, I'm not saying Go sucks. It's just it wasn't fun to use. I didn't enjoy to use it. I didn't enjoy using it because it's kind of too basic. The generics are limiting. There are just a lot of limits, and I was tired of manually writing for loops, which was just nuts. Okay, I want to be able to map over things. I want to filter things, not just go over everything with an extremely simplistic loop. I just, it feels like, okay, I have a stone hammer and stone spear, and I go write code, right? I want modern constructs. Yeah, I absolutely get the reasoning behind it, but it just wasn't making it fun for me. And then I found nim. It's like, okay, we have those nice loops. We can make things loopable. We can have nice features for, somewhat functional things. Decent async await syntax. Really powerful generics so I can make things work for me and be nice to use, fun to use. And the thing is that for some reason, I don't know, maybe I'm not just focusing on writing a lot of nim code, and because of that I'm just starting to forget things like how the hell do they do array? I was like, oh wait, arrays, they have the whole thing where they have to have specified range. That's why you have sequences which are dynamic, and there's lots of more low-level thinking, and there's more of other stuff. One day I'm gonna try Kotlin, Taras. For sure I'm gonna try Kotlin one day, because I know it has fun feature set, but it doesn't meet the requirement that I wanted for this project, which was it needs to be as small as possible so it compiles down to an exe, and compiles to a small exe. I don't have to deal with the fact that, okay, Kotlin, it's supposed to run on Java environment, and if you make it an exe, it compiles that Java into something, or you use Kotlin native, which is kind of feels like it will be another thing like React Native or maybe .NET, where you theoretically can compile it to exe, but it's still a large thing where it will take, will be 200 megabytes at the end. So that's it. If you can tell me that I can... okay, Kotlin native is not what you think. Okay, let's research Kotlin native. I want to see it. Kotlin native. Okay, well, let's see. Kotlin native is technology for compiling Kotlin code to native binaries, which can run without a virtual machine. Kotlin native includes an LLVM-based backend for Kotlin compiler and a native implementation of the Kotlin standard library. Okay, that sounds good, but doesn't mean that I can't have the packages. Target platform interoperability. Supports two-way interoperability with native programming languages for different things. Okay, and the compiler creates an executable static library, a DLL, Apple, I don't care about Apple, to use existing libraries directly from Kotlin native. Okay, so we have that, but what about, so Taras says Kotlin native is a different language, which doesn't have anything to do with JVM. So therefore, if I'm gonna start following a tutorial for normal Kotlin, will I suddenly have weird quirks where something works a little bit different when I'm switching to Kotlin native? Because it probably has, and that's another thing that I want to avoid. I want to avoid the hackiness. And I want a large range of tools. It's like there's no such thing available, which is surprising to me. Like I can't find a decent solution. You either have too simplistic language for me, which is Go, which just makes me upset, or like, too repetitive to write. Or then we have big chungus languages that have all the functionality, but need a VM, or you need to have some alternative ways to compile it to for them to kind of work, but require quirks, and it's not the idiomatic way of writing in a language or use those tools. And then what? And then you have uh, languages that have the nice things, but are just unwieldy. Like, for example, what would that be? Rust has tons of great crates, but it will be pain to write, especially if I want to eventually take it very async way, because I want to turn file API into a database that has logs and files and other stuff. I have ideas, right? And or C++ or other weird stuff that I just don't have patience to deal with, all the low level stuff. Well, I thought Nim would be such a nice middle ground, and I'm just having so much trouble writing it. I need to get back to this, right? Because I'm trying, right? I'm trying to learn it. I'm trying to get something working, and so far we are actually able to get some things working. We're just figuring out the millionth quirk right now. Yeah, that's the thing. Nim, even though it has all those features, they all have so many quirks that have reasonable. There are reasons behind those quirks, right? Like, okay, this is because that's how it works with this and that, where languages like Go or C# hide it away from you. They optimize it automatically for you. All with Nim, you need to do more thinking. So that's interesting. And Mohammed Adil says, hello, good morning. Good morning to you too. For me, it's nearly 10 at night, so... or in your place, it might be called 22, right? So, night for me, morning for you. How are you doing? And Taras says, there are some differences in ranges, and Kotlin is still Kotlin, but libraries are from C. Yeah. Yeah. One day I'm gonna try Kotlin. Probably not as Kotlin native. I want to try the language because I know it has some features that I like. For example, equivalent of extension methods, which is my favorite feature of C#. And yeah, but for now, I'm just gonna try to continue with this. So the thing here is that query features. Wait. What was I doing here? Not core. All right. I want the sign in. So we have our sign in that takes this extra parameter, other parameters, right? And this doesn't provide anything extra. Nothing extra here. Nothing extra there. Oh, I know. It might be confused. No. What? Sign in record user. Okay. I'm just gonna make it like this to make sure that we don't have any collisions. And I'm just gonna say this. All right. Just like that. Save it. Now it's complaining that we gave it this 5, right? I expected one of something with this, that, and then a sequence of those. Oh, this is an actual array. Oh, that's why. It's 0 to 1 because we have element 0 and we'll have element 1. Oh, that's what's going on. I see. Huh. Yeah, so we would need to just straight up just have it like this, which is even worse to write. Ay, ay, ay. Well, we're gonna do to table ref. I mean, new table. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's it. Lowercase n, and that needs a table. But doesn't it have something where we can just give it something that is allowed to be then turned into something else? Or even better, no. Not even better. Or maybe. What if we're gonna write a definition in a different way? Instead of saying that it's a sequence of query param, we're gonna say it's a var args of query param. Okay? And this way, we're gonna go here. It should accept it, right? Now it accepts it because even though this is just some kind of random array of two elements, var args will accept if it's either a sequence or a hard-coded array, and should be fine with it. So now it's happy. Okay. All right. So now we just need to figure out, because this is a fun syntax. I can easily, it looks like an object in JSON or in JavaScript, a nice configuration thing. So I am fine with that. Therefore, yeah. Taras says, FYI, there's 4 languages: Kotlin, JVM, Kotlin Native, Kotlin JS, and Kotlin Multi-Platform. I worked on the project where we used 3 of them, multi-platform, JVM, and native. It was so much fun. Multi-platform is an intersection of all different Kotlins. Wow. Okay, I guess JetBrains is busy making variants of the language. But at the same time, there are so many developers trying to simplify their Java to something like Kotlin. B, Android developers, where Kotlin is, I guess, more preferred. And potentially other people that want, again, something that works on multiple platforms. Like you're saying, we have JS that compiles to JavaScript, the native, and maybe something. So it's probably a decent option for when you were an Android developer or somebody that uses Java normally, and you want your product suddenly to be moved to be a multi-platform. Okay, we need it to work as a website, we need it to work as an app, and we need to work as, something else. Okay, I see. And maybe you didn't want to use Flutter for some reason, and that's it. Huh. All right, one day I'm going to try it. But I already have other languages on my list, so it needs to wait. Because after some more tinkering, I want to start learning C++, like proper way, so that I know more about the language and more about, low-level stuff. And then I also want to learn F#, because I want to learn a functional language, and with F#, I will be able to kind of have something that cooperates with other technologies that I know, which is .NET. Because, I'm a .NET guy, I'm the against JVM guy. And then I can go into peek, after that I can go and peek into the dark side, which is the Java land, which is Kotlin. And Kotlin, for me, being a Polish native, sounds a little bit like some kind of cauldron, which again sounds evil. Kotłownia is a boiler room. And you don't like .NET, yep. .NET is actually pretty good. All right. So what the hell we're doing? Okay, we figured out how to pass this information. So let me just get it back here to this format and make sure that this isn't confused because Nim has amazing overloading. Yes, and we can have million methods with the same name, different variants of stuff, and it'll figure out which one to use, which is another feature that I'm missing in so many languages. Because I don't like to have same functionality in functions with different names because it's just a slightly different variant. Okay, so that's great. We got this thing as something else. So how can we do something more with it? This should act as a sequence, right? So maybe instead of specifying this as params table, I would be able to specify it as a sequence of things and then add those two sequences together. Okay. So, I don't mind doing it here. So let's try that, okay? Namespace. We'll just do it like this. And S, and then we shove in the namespace string into there. Then we're gonna have another tuple, which will be db, and then that thingy. And last one here. And that's just a sequence of things. There we go. And we can say that this is a sequence of query param, right? And it's fine with that because that fits that tuple. And task says C or Zig. If I will be learning, if I had to learn something that low level, that would be actually a good question. Which one would I want to learn? If I would go with, because I would need to decide between C, which would teach me more about how computers work, and feel a bit more familiar to what I already know, or go with Zig, which would kind of empower me, but I will have harder time learning due to resources, but would end up writing better code. I don't know. I'll probably choose Zig because that's me and I like features. So yeah, that's that. Okay. So what are we doing here? And Mental Man, hello. Thoughts on Rust and Go? My thoughts on Rust and Go. Rust is great, although not for me. It has a little bit too much learning curve, and I like to write asynchronous code without doing too much work. So not for me, unfortunately. I did some work with it. I kind of like some concepts, but at the same time, they just make a lot of things that, okay, take the fun out of coding. And Go is the total opposite, where it's so easy to pick up and write code. And even though you're not writing great code, it will just make it kind of work, half decent. But at the same time, with Go, I have the problem that I lack features. I like fun generate. I need to have good generics. I need to, not write for loops for every time I want to map over something or filter over something and whatnot. So I did some Go code and it was just making me angry because I felt like a caveman. And Taras says, okay, I will check Zig first, see what's on the menu, and then maybe switch to C. Yeah, Zig is not fully complete yet. It's ongoing, tooling is bad, so... But at the same time, the fun thing is that Zig is the best C compiler that exists right now. Because with C compilers, you have trillion of them, and they all have their weird ways, and they're very quirky, while Zig is often the thing that will actually properly work. So that's funny. Because Zig compiles to C, which compiles to whatever it needs to. So it's similar like the Nim language. Nim compiles down to C language, and then compiles to, some executable. Okay, so what the hell was I doing here? I was figuring out how to make it all work. So we had the params table, right? That had the data that we're passing from here. And then the additional parameters we need to put in here as well. So I could just say the params will be, could I just, because this is a variable, right? Let's do it a little bit different way. Because if we're doing this here, we don't need to do it here. Oh, because I was adding them like this. So let's do this. Params table dot add. Or how the hell do you join two sequences in Nim? I forgot. Again, because I haven't used it in such a long time. I was reading about it tons, but not really learning from that. So collections, we have string utils, sequence utils. There we go. And Tara says, okay, change of plans. Go and see. Go ahead. Learning any of those will give you a lot of background on computering. So, hell yeah. String and sequence concatenation. Oh, we just do ampersand as and, just like strings, right? This and other params, right? So we suddenly have a list of all of those. Great. And we could probably just say, hey, this and other params, and just screw that. There we go. Params, right? So we already have them concatenated here. Immutable. And now the idea would be to make it work. But the thing is, oh, this might actually work. Because notice that when we use, this, I'll zoom in a little bit. This specific symbol, this percent and asterisk, this is basically saying whatever's on the right of this operator needs to be converted to JSON. We're already doing things like, okay, get an array of, and this is an array of tuples with something on the left and something on the right. So that means that it already knows that if sees that array, just convert it into a JavaScript object, right? So that means that if we're passing that here, exactly the same thing, a sequence of those things, we actually might end up getting in the proper thing. So what I'm gonna do here is just echo, say params, and just print them out and see what happens. And then we're just gonna do the other stuff. Okay, this might work. Let's call it that way. Or, yeah, let's do that. Later we can get rid of this middle step by doing something else, but for now, like this. And I just want to see what we're gonna get printed out. And I'm gonna ignore sending 500 requests to the database. That is not necessary right now. Error. Oh no, type mismatch. Expression, this and that. Oh, because we need sequence utilities to use that operator for concatenating two sequences. Oh, and still not happy. Okay, so it's not happy because the first one is a sequence like this, sequence of string, and the other one is for args of them. Oh, I see. Um, how do you do that then? Do we need? Oh, there was something special to do with our var args, I think. Let's look up on var args. I think we have something like to sequence or something. Dot to sequence. Control S. Oh, it doesn't complain. It might actually work. All right, Tess says I'll be back. See you. See you around. Um, Type mismatch. Percentage element. Query param. Oh, and JSON now. Oh no. Um. Oh, got query param. I see. So it doesn't know how to do that specific type. Huh. Really? Okay, I did not expect that problem to happen. um. So can I just do this then? Let's say that it'll be var params object is exactly that, right? And for param and other params, we'll just say that, right? We'll just add it here. And then we don't need this part, and we just specify params as that. And therefore, I'll be able to just do the same thing. Yeah, just need to find 10 ways to work around the problem. And now we don't have that specifier. Haha. Was it add? And we specify param key, comma, param value, right? Um, what the hell did I have there previously? And here. I can't make it larger, unfortunately. So what I had here was params being this thing. Add, and then the param. That does not make any sense. What? Let's look at that JSON library. Maybe we're gonna learn something, maybe how to construct an object normally rather than just through that fancy little thing. There must be something like JSON somewhere. JSON, come on. Parse. Oh, then we have JSON utilities, Marshall, and JS code. So JSON no kind if it's JObject. Oh, JObject and JFloat. Ooh. So this is for parsing, but for reading values, handling optional keys, using default values, unmarshalling directly to a type. Yeah. Okay. Creating a JSON. So we can specify this as that and that as that. Great. But how do I So in here, in theory, I can say this is that thing, right? And I say this, the details is that. Oh, I just need to format it. Oh, okay. So just undo a bunch of stuff. So this is, and we just need to do that part. Save, and maybe that's gonna work. Just maybe. Okay. And let's see what the heck's gonna happen now. Run. Please work. Other params is of type varargs. This, which cannot be captured, as it would. Oh wait. Other par, as it would violate memory safety. Consider using a ref varargs, which can be captured. Okay, so this is another weird thing. Excuse me. I have this thing here. So I would need probably to say that other params sequence is this, and just say, hey, just use this part and let's call it a day. Yeah, something of that sort might be a little bit easier. Oh no, it's already unhappy. Other parent sequence var. Okay, please tell me you can work finally. No, cannot be captured at all. What the heck? So I can't iterate over its elements anywhere? Other params, and I am not using it anywhere else. So I can run the sequence on it. How do you iterate over it then? There must be a way, because I am not comprehending how else would you use it if not use it in a for loop. Let's go back, and million backs, and we have first tutorial, right? Where... No, that's not that one. Back and... Tutorial 1, please, okay? And we have the basic types, and then we have advanced types, and we have var args, right? Oh, I need to say items of A. Oh, okay, I see. It's that stupid weird things. Items. Oh wait. Items of this thing. Alright, these don't have to be modifiable items, just items. And please work. Cannot be captured. What the heck? Var args of string. For S in items of A. Right, this thing. Where's the capturing happening? This transformation is only done in the var if the var args parameter is the last parameter in the procedure. Yeah. It's also possible to perform type conversions in this context. Yeah. No big deal. But what the hell says, sorry, the other params is of type var args square param, which cannot be captured as will violate memory safety. Declared here. 49, right? We declared it there. Using the nym no-length iterators help in some cases. Consider using a reference of var args, which can be captured. Are you serious? I'll say it's a reference, right? Now it's gonna even be more problematic, right? Why is it that problematic to iterate over a damn list? Okay, I'm starting to get upset because this is ridiculous to the point where it's like it doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be that ridiculous. Var param. Uh, the param is param. Do I need to do this weird thing because something's weird going on? Doesn't help. I mean, now it should help, but probably won't. No. How about I will capture it in a way where I say, um, oh, no, that's good enough. Uh, the params, the other params, right? I'm just gonna do this. Just make a copy because this should make a straight up copy. Um, this is invalid type for var. Let. No. What the heck? Okay. I really don't know. I think I'm gonna start resorting to the other things. Val type for let. Suppress verbose. I guess var args cannot be saved anywhere. Items of other params? I mean, that's an iterator, so how would I save an iterator? What the hedge? This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Nothing on earth works. I say m items, they'll be modifiable, right? Which we totally don't need. And now nothing works. Expression this doesn't have type or is wrong again. Is there something wrong? Now the other params will need to be modifiable, right? It will need to be a var. Var of vargs, which doesn't make any sense either. Ay caramba! Nothing works here. We can't capture that because of random reasons. To sequence. That won't work either. Yeah. So I don't know how to iterate over that damn thing. Do I need to resort to a stupid for loop? Can I even check the length of it? For I and 0 to outer params length. We just do that, right? and we just set that. All right, we don't do any of that. Unless it complains about capturing this, which wouldn't make any sense either because that's separate. Yeah. Sure, let's see what happens when we do it that way. Other params is of type this which cannot be captured. Line 52. Let params length is this. This is just straight up silly. Line 52. Now, what? So I cannot use this because... oh dear. So var args are useless in this case. This is where we need someone like Beef to come in and just tell us what on earth is wrong. Let's do it this way. We're gonna clean up. Okay. We're gonna just take this part. We're gonna move it up. We don't need the length. We just need this thing. We're just gonna shove in 3 dots. And just copy and paste it, right? And I'm gonna go to Discord, and go to Nim and just ask a question because I absolutely don't understand why this thing is going on. So I'll say something like, hello. Can somebody explain why Nim doesn't let me iterate over a var args of a tuple? And we're just gonna provide some Nim code. Okay. We're gonna provide this thing. And we're gonna say error is. So let's try to do that. We're gonna just iterate this way. I'm gonna straight up get rid of that part, and we have our params object, and that is great. Okay. So I'm gonna try to run it, and we should get the usual error, right? Error. So we just say this thing of type this, cannot this, consider doing this and that. And yeah, because this is a really confusing error. And then what do we do here? The query param definition. Just gonna share that just in case it has any significance because it's related to the whole thing. So inside core, we have the definition of this thingy somewhere up here. Okay, we're just gonna say type, and I'm just gonna, whoa, where'd it go? Here. I'm just gonna straight up copy this. And include it here. There we go. And do we have iteration with items? Param and items, because that was a thing of other params. Okay, and the error was always the same. There we go. Because we tried like 30 different things, right? Nothing works. Let's hope that somebody can help us out. I actually found the Discord for the NIM language to be full of amazing people that actually want to help out and are great at it. And yeah. And Fabio Nascimento says, "Hi there from Brazil. Hello to you too from the US." What brings you here? SurrealDB or the NIM language, or you just stumble upon it randomly? All right, so while we're waiting for some kind of answer for our sign-in query, okay, while we're waiting for that, I'm just gonna straight up comment the whole thing out, this particular case, so that we can start moving on and taking care of other things. All right, let's just comment that out and pretend this doesn't exist. Fabio, I don't think that's the reason why you're here. Alrighty. So, next thing that we can take a look at is just, let's assume that we have this taken care of, right? The entirety of sign in. In theory, we could take care of sign up, but we have exactly same problem here. We need to be able to provide extra data. So I'm gonna ignore that. I'm also gonna ignore authenticate, because it kind of requires us to be able to sign up first as a record user. Okay, we're gonna skip that part 2 with tokens. We're gonna move on to more interesting part. What is invalidate? So invalidate is this method will invalidate the user's session for the current connection. Okay, we just pass an invalidate and no extra data. Sure, that should be easy to implement, right? So let's create a new file. Invalidate query.nim. We can probably take an example of something like info query, which had literally nothing in here. And this will be exactly the same thing. Invalidate. It will return what? SurrealDB result JSON node? Not really, because this doesn't even need to return a JSON node. What do we return? None? Non-type? Yeah, great. So result await send query this. So no, this will be the let result. No, response. Okay, is this. And if a response is okay, we just send none. Otherwise, we're gonna say, sorry, we're returning the error. Okay, and that should be it, I think. So let's save it and let's try it. So here we are signing in, right? So we signed in, and then I want to do basically let invalidate response, and we're just gonna call invalidate. So it'll be here. And come on, invalidate query. All right, and this doesn't say as if it had any errors, so that's good. We don't need JSON to be even present here. That's good. Here, nobody helped us yet. So in here, we basically have the response, and if it's okay, we have the invalidate. Otherwise, we're gonna say that, sorry, we couldn't validate it, and there was a problem. We're just gonna stop the app, okay? I want to see what happens. Bam. Invalidated the session. And the response that we got from info was still fine. We just got null for some reason. I guess because it's invalidated session, we didn't get anything. But that means, I would presume at least, that I wouldn't be able to send query responses anymore. So let's see if we can actually try to query the database after we invalidate the connection. And Fabio Nascimento says, haha, no, autocomplete gets it wrong. I'm here for NIM and SurrealDB. Great tutorials. Keep good work. Thank you that you're, enjoying my content. And yeah, I totally suck at NIM, as you can see. You're saying we're getting something wrong? So I was able to do everything here, right? We invalidated the session, apparently. So response is send query. Oh, of course, invalidate. I didn't call the right thing. Ay, silly me. There we go, bunch of errors. So, what wasn't here now? Okay. Test okay, sign in with token, invalidated the session. And now for info, we're getting false. Error is this. There was a problem. I am error, not enough permissions to even call query. And therefore, all 500 of those, we just have an error that, oh, we don't have field okay. Great, that works. Yep, that's the fun of copy pasting and not checking your code. So Fabio, in that case, maybe you can help me out. Because I don't remember at what point you joined in, but you seem to have your head around NIM a little bit. Maybe you can figure out why. In my code, I'm just gonna uncomment it for a moment. I have a procedure, sign in, that the last argument is basically var args of a query param. Query param here is just a simple tuple of 2 strings, okay? Nothing crazy. And the thing is that I can't iterate over that. Of course, it should be items, okay, of other params, which is, just simple like that. That's what even is shown in the one of the official tutorials, if I can find it. Okay, var args. Here's the var args. You iterate for s in items of a. Do something, right? So I'm doing exactly that. For param in items of other params, do something where we use that parameter. While NIM is just, no, you can't capture the other params. What? I even posted now, just for, during the stream. Straight up posted about it. The error we're getting is error. Other params is of type var args query param, which cannot be captured as it would violate memory safety, declared here. The 49.5, which was, this is the safety, because this is where they declared it, but I don't know what kind of safety is embedded here. Side note, if you can figure out a reason for that, I'll be very thankful. Other than that, I have absolutely no idea. Which, yeah, makes me upset at the language. Not at myself, at the language. It's not my fault, it's the language fault. Fabio says, I keep coming back to NIM. I tried other languages, but there is something on NIM that keeps me returning to it. Yeah, I'm basically the same thing. The feature set is just perfect. But at the same time, I feel like I'm not progressing much in learning it. Sure, I learned a few things like, okay, that's how I do async stuff. I'm still figuring little things out, but at the same time, it's just those simple things like, okay, I want to iterate over the thing, and it's like NIM out of nowhere starts to pretend, hey, I'm Rust. You can't do that. and gives you absolutely no explanation why you can't do that, and you need to start, and you basically need to go and get help from beef. Alrighty, so we got an invalidation. That works, and that makes me very, very, very happy. So let's go to another thing. I can probably just start pushing some code, alright? Let's do that. In Surreal, let's add queries, invalidate query, so that's fine. Actually, let's get rid of invalidate query from being right here. Because I'm not gonna leave it here because there's no point of keeping it here at all, okay? It's kind of pointless. And we have our test data here that I can comment out and say that it was 20, just so I can keep it here. And this should give us less of a reason for changes here, right? Okay, so we just added the queries here. User sign in response. I don't want that here. That's the comment. I'm not gonna push that. I need to push that thingy, and this thingy needs to get pushed as well. Other than that, in core, we added query params, but I'm not pushing that yet. Invalidate query, yes please. And in queries, we fix this one. And in sign in query, we don't need to touch anything yet. Okay, so this will be basically add invalidate query. At least, you know, a little step forward. And hello, Patrick. Hey, hello. Show me the varargs type. I'll try to see what happened. By the way, I'm from Brazil too. Okay. Hello then. I'll show you quickly what is happening. Okay. I'll show you from the end of using it. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm calling Surreal sign in. Okay. It takes a bunch of arguments, and then I'm passing it basically an array of tuples. Because this gets converted into tuples, into an array, not in the sequence, array of tuple of 2 strings, okay? So when I go to that sign in, this is the proc. Only parts of it matter. What matters is that this proc, besides getting those few strings, it basically receives a varargs of query param. Query param is literally just a name for a tuple of 2 strings. Okay, there's nothing fancy going on there. And what is happening is that I have this other params, and all I'm doing with it is, hey, iterate over it, so I get the iterator for it, and then use the value of that tuple in here. And tuple has key and value inside of it. So I'm just iterating over it. And the thing is that if I will go to the docs, I mean the official tutorial, it shows the same example. We have varargs of something, and we iterate over it by grabbing the items iterator and do something with it, right? No big deal. Exactly the same thing what I'm doing. And as for what error I'm getting without running it, I can just go to Discord and show you here. The error is, hey, other params is of type varargs query param, which cannot be captured as it would violate memory safety. Declared here. And it just points me to the line where I declared this. I didn't declare any extra safety here. What? That's the thing. It's like, what the heck? I don't understand. Do I need to say it's sync? something like that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it should be an advanced thing, really. So that's my confusion. Unless, if I'll go here, right, because I want to use it here. It doesn't show any problems here. And Patrick wants to see the query param type. Sure. The query param is inside, where is it? Inside core. There we go. A tuple of 2 strings. It couldn't be simpler. Yeah. So that's my confusion. Because tuple is just a value type, so it gets copied over, so... Huh? But I wonder, because it shows that there are no errors, right? But when I'll try to run it, it'll say, sorry, this thing cannot be captured. I wonder if the problem is with what I'm trying to pass to it. Because I know that this part compiles down to just a sequence of strings. So what if I'm gonna just create a sequence of strings and just, whoa, just straight up make a sequence of, not strings, of the tuples, right? Because this should still fit the description. This is what is supposedly those brackets do. But maybe it has some extra magic behind it or something. You know, you never know with Nim. So let's try to run that. Same thing. No idea. Patrick says, I tried a simple example here and it works. Yeah, that's the thing. It's weird. Unless a weight makes it strange. But that would be very strange indeed if that wouldn't work. New sequence or something? I just really don't know. What if I'm gonna define it with this silly little dot sync? That, hey, you own it now. Which, again, wait, it should be sync here? Yeah. This is still fine. Let's run it. Same thing. Yeah. I'm just trying stuff that I don't see why they would work, and of course they don't work. If I'll make it var, it should be probably even worse. Oh, now we got a different thing where this isn't var. Var params is this. And there we go. What the heck? Nope, I have no idea what I'm doing, as you can see. I wonder if I just have a version of Nim that's overall just not happy. And I need to, you know, because I of course have a weird version. So maybe what we're gonna do, we're gonna rebuild the Nim version again. Okay, so let's do that. What we're gonna do is go to the Nim page, nimlang.org, all this stuff. Yeah, it might be bug interaction with futures, could be. But at the same time, why would you use features without var args? I don't know, it's hard to imagine. So let's do this. Download Wow, this is very bright. Sorry about that. And I will not night lease. Wait, down here. Get night lease. And which is the latest? The one that's opened up, which is... Wait, what? Successful build. Let's refresh the page. Why does it have only 3 assets while everything else has all the assets? Or this is devil, this is devil. So this should be the one that I want. It's just the other ones for some reason is only Linux. So oh, just that one was rebuilt. I see. So let's just grab this one. And we're gonna update NIM. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly clean stuff out. I'm just gonna go to the user and I can go straight up, delete then .nimble. I always clear the whole thing. Then we're gonna go here to tools, nim, and delete everything from here. All right. Now I can just, oh, it opened up here. So we just grab all that everything, plop it in here. Okay. Great. So now I'm gonna open terminal. I will actually open the proper admin terminal because I like to do that for some reason. And Patrick says, maybe my link was killed. Yeah, links unfortunately are not going through YouTube. I am not sure how that works, why, or how to change that. But you can just skip dots with spaces and I can always fix it up. CD, let's go here. Okay, and we just run finish. Okay, do you want to download MakeW? Of course, because it never finds it. It's always an error. It's so weird. Okay, it extracts it. Oh, that's it. It doesn't even ask to add it to start anymore. Okay, so oops, we installed that. So let's open it up again, and we're gonna go to nim version. We got to 199. Okay, great. Nim, nimble version. Okay, so nimble install nimlang server. Okay. And okay, Patrick says, look at nim issue 7831. All right, nimlang, nim issues, and let's search for, what is it? Where'd we go? 7831. Async function cannot use openArray var args as parameter. Oh, look at that. Huh. Error. Excess of type which cannot be captured. Huh. So use a sequence. Oh, as a temporary solution. I see. As a language issue, closure iterators don't support openArray. Huh. I see. So this is just something that... Thank you for pointing that out, Patrick. That's... I never know how those things are being found. Usually search shows either too much or nothing. So yeah, thank you for figuring that out. And I'm just gonna copy the link and respond to myself on here. Due to it being async, which turns the closure iterator is the same as openArray, so it cannot safely capture it. There's beef. Just answered. Thanks. Makes sense. and it's truly unfortunate. Found one viewer found this issue. Okay, and which explains, which says exactly the same thing. Okay. This way, this issue will get more exposure, and I don't know, maybe something good is gonna come out of this. Great. So Nimlang server is compiling itself in the background, so we're upgrading Nim even though we don't have to. But it's gonna be just a few seconds or a few more hours. Who the hell knows? It's just like it compiles a whole different version of Nim or something. I don't know. It always takes so long. And it just doesn't work for me anyway. Okay. So while we're looking at blank screen, let's think how we can solve that issue. So I guess I need to... So I would need to either actually accept the table, which would be not fun. Yeah, so I guess I'll need to just take in a table and just go for it. Because that operator, those curly brackets, they normally... Yeah, normally they just turn into an array of things instead of a sequence, which is unfortunate as well. Therefore, yeah, let's try a table. It will force you to use two table, which kind of sucks, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we just need to wait for that. So how's everyone doing? Enjoying the weekend? Any plans? Warning, important not used. OS. Ha! Rock monitor. I'm not sure why I'm bothering installing the Nimlang server if it doesn't work for me anyway. I just realized that it's pointless. And something tells me it's not the fault of the Nimlang server, it's just something with VS Code. Okay, I guess nobody has plans for today. Or, I mean, for this weekend. Oh, Patrick says, nothing too interesting besides a Nim project. Oh, making a Docker frontend to give some facilities to work with VPS server. Oh, that's fun. So you're actually making Nim that compiles to JavaScript? That what I mean by frontend? Sounds like fun. I compiled to JavaScript only once. And it was surprisingly not that slow. I guess my code was not very optimized in the first place. Okay, Nimlang server installed successfully. So I guess we're good. All right, we can open this up. And a few errors that the Nimlang server crashed, right? There we go. Lovely. Feels like home. And I can just say nimble. I don't know, I can just do run and it's gonna download everything, right? And greet us with the same error. Patrick says no, frontend in the meaning that it will run internally Docker commands, but will have added options and adjust some issues that happen when working with Docker Swarm. Okay, I see. So you decided to solve those issues by fixing the Docker. You mean wrapping it, right? Hey, if that's gonna solve the solution, then go for it, right? You're not the first person to do such thing. Okay, so great. And now hit type mismatch. Oh, really? Hmm. That's an interesting type mismatch. Hmm. So let's do tables. Okay, if we've got tables now, we'll be able to just pass it as, instead of this thingy, we're just gonna go with this one and to table ref. Gonna pass it as this, as a reference table, because why not? This way we can just pass in the references and maybe that will be more of a capture friendly, right? I mean, one solution was said that it could be a reference to a var args, but that sounds like I have no idea how to even define it. So we're gonna skip that thing and just say that straight up. This is simply a ref table, ref, something like that. Query param. We need tables. And that means that we can't just join the things anymore. Ooh. Ay, ay, ay. So how the hell do we iterate over the table? That's the question. Patrick says, I thought about going with Go or Rust, but I feel that NIM has a middle ground of performance and speed of development, a nice language construct. Go is too verbose sometimes, I 100% agree. And Rust is too, in a way, sometimes. Yeah, and Rust, in my opinion, is just too much work. Although, in my personal experience right now, with my knowledge of NIM is just extremely slow to develop in. I know, in Go, I was able to go fast, but yeah, I was so pissed off because I need to go with for loop over everything. If I want to map, if I want to filter, it just no utility functions. Just, yeah, too verbose, too much typing, and feel like a caveman. Okay. I mean, if I'll do Control S, it doesn't complain about that. So by other params, if I go iterator, it will return us list basically query params one by one. But no, what the hell am I defining? String. Why wasn't it showing a problem? I don't remember. Let's just, I don't understand. Let's just look at tables again to just make sure that I'm not doing weird stuff, because that will be a waste of time. So we got table, right? Some pairs, we can zip them and save them, okay? But I want to iterate over them the other way around. Order table, count table. Where's ref table? Table ref or something. Table ref. There we go. Ref version of table. For creating a new empty ref table, use new table proc. So that's fine. Okay. But do we have some kind of iterator over this? We have proc. Templates with value. Retrieves the value at T key. Value can be modified. T with value 1, comma value. Oh, it basically checks if the value of that is that. Okay, I see. Pairs. Oh, it just returns a tuple of those. Okay, great. So we have pairs. Yeah, let's just go pairs of this thing. So we can just do straight up dot pairs. It'll be nicer, easier to read, right? And let's just say pair, parents object, pair, and we just say 0. And here will be pair 1. There we go. Please work. Pretty please. No, undeclared field to table ref. Oh, geez, of course. Where'd it go? New table. There we go. Oh, it'll run. Look at that. Params. They're all set. Wonderful. Secret one will be, let's just call it blah blah blah. Secret 2 will be blah blah blah. This way I'll know that it actually worked. Patrick says the thing of NIM is, as always, poor tooling. The errors, it's not that good. Yep. But when NIM enters your mind, it's super simple and fast to program with. And also, I enjoy a lot of UFCS. Yes, UFCS is absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. And just the fact that you can just slap on things onto existing types, and the way you can work with operators, the way how loosey-goosey it lets you go, like, you know, creating your own stuff, I love that part. It's just, I'm struggling so much with those simple things. Like, yeah, now it works. Great. It works, and I'm happy, and I'm already forgetting how painful it was when it didn't work. The only thing is that I need to call the, what is it? I need to remember, I always need to call new table here, which isn't great. I can't just pass an object like I would in some more dynamic languages, which kind of is not fun. But at the same time, I could also say, you know, param, right? Like as if it was a new table and just give it a go or something. I don't know. I would need to define probably some own logic or something. I don't know. Patrick says, maybe you could create a converter from tuple to table. If you saw about converters. Oh yeah, I could do some of converters. Where, what if converter can accept var args of that type and automatically convert it to a table of that type when it's expected? That's good thinking. And that could be defined in core, which would be always important whenever you're using that library. Ooh. Great thinking. Completely forgot that there's this whole concept of converters. Converter. Converter is like an ordinary proc, except that it enhances the implicitly convertible type relation. So we just say a bad style head, name is not C. As in you make a one-liner. Okay, so 2 Boolean and this and that. Okay, we can do that. And Patrick says, see, that's the best and worst thing about NIM. You can do anything, but sometimes it's bad. Yep. And I love that bad part. Because for some reason, I just really like to customize the project that I'm working on to create lots of goodies. And then it's like, yeah, my code is so nice and tidy, is short, and only I can understand it. Okay, so let's try to define inside core a converter. So let's go somewhere down here, below all the stuff, error handling. Let me just make it a little bit smaller because it's hard for me to see it. Before we get to the listen loop, I'm gonna go converter. And let's say it's gonna be to query params table. Okay. And the input will be basically params will be the var args of query param, and we're gonna turn it into table reference. How would that work? Let's see. So normally we just need to create a new table, right? And can I just, yeah, that should work. Did AI just write it for me? Yeah, just iterate over it. It's just instead of just going params, I need to params dot items, as far as I understand. Okay. Huh. So let's make a little test. I'm just gonna straight up copy this thing, just to not mess with something that already works. Sign in, fancy. Okay. We're gonna say that this needs to be a table reference. Okay. So we'll just provide it with. So the way I understand it is that when we're gonna say that instead of using this one, right, we're gonna use this one. Sign in fancy. Okay, we're just gonna divide a little bit, and here we're just gonna call it like this. Okay, just like that. I never know how to format those. Okay, so this should be this should fit the var args, and will it implicitly convert? That's a question. So Padre is writing a lot. All right. I use converters, for example, in raylib to convert my vector2 types to raylib vector2. Okay, that's a good idea. And it's amazing. And it doesn't make things more complicated. Okay. The thing about vector types, actually, the fun thing is that I don't know if raylib is... I think raylib like start attempting at that, or maybe it was possible where they were defined as a tuple, so that you actually don't have to kind of don't have to convert them. I don't remember now, but yeah. In your case, it depends what the thing is doing. Maybe it's no var args type. It's a sequence of tuple type. So what this thing is doing normally, it's actually not a sequence, it's an array. It during compile time, it makes a compile time array, which in this case will be array from 0 to 1, because we have two elements of tuples of strings. So I know that it actually fits into where did I have it? It fits into this shape. It doesn't complain about that. Yeah. So let's see if this magical thing is gonna work. Oop. Ah. So what's going on here? Type mismatch. Sun and fancy. So Sonic tells me. Wait. Echo before. So it wants it to be a boolean, right? Where'd it go? So we asked for the fancy one, right? Yeah, sign and fancy. Type mismatch. This thing where we gave it an array of those two. versus something that we give it array of those two. Huh? What? It's an array, right? And number 5 is array from 0, 1 with string tuples. Sign and fancy expects a table reference. Okay, it might not be that smart. Maybe it should be open array query param instead of varargs in a converter. Oh, that's right, because varargs is kind of this qualifier weird thingy. While open table is the actual type, right? Gosh, it's such a long time since I read about it. Open table. Wait, open array. Jeez. I'm losing it. Wait. Oh, jeez. Yep. Sorry. Items. Like I mentioned, I'm losing it. I'm just straight up losing it. Oh. Nope. So again, we gave it this while it's expecting this. Expected 1. Bam bam. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4. So that's good. And the params. And it's complaining about the number 5. Yeah. Interesting. Oh. Wait, I'm not even returning it. Return table, right? What? Ay. I don't think that's gonna change anything, but let's try it. Yep, same error. Hmm. Sign and fancy, this and that, access control, table ref. Hmm. And we don't get anything else, just type mismatch, and that's it. Interesting how we can't convert it with a converter, because converter is supposed to be implicit, right? You're gonna try on your end, right? I wonder if this is another. I mean, it shouldn't be a situation where this is a problem for anything, right? For the, one might think that, hey, this is async, but the thing is that this should be converted before it even gets passed to async. Yeah. Not sure about that one. The other way would be to probably just what if would it work if besides the converter, I'm just gonna define proc, and this will be just Wallala for now, right? And we're gonna, in params, it should be var args. It seems like it should be var args because that's input to there, right? And we're gonna return the same thing. And straight up exactly the same code. So I'm gonna put var args here for now, right? And I just want to compile it again in case there was some other error. No, it's the same. Okay. So I'm gonna say that. Wait, I need to export it, right? Let's export this one. And what if I'm just gonna say voila, right? Run the task. And it ran. Okay. That ran, no problem. So if we're gonna define a function like that, it's gonna be fine. So what if we're gonna take a different approach? What if instead of saying that this should be a table reference or whatever of those strings, right? What if we're just gonna define our own type? Oh, welcome back, Taras. What if instead we're gonna define it as just a sequence of those tuples that we're gonna do something else? And Patrick says converter, my converter, static int. Oh, okay. From value this to array that. Yep, that will work. That could work. I was thinking about something similar at some point. I don't know how I learned about static, but I was thinking about that. So let's try that. Because if we called it like normally, it worked. You know, this worked, right? But this wouldn't work because of this whole static thing. So let's just define it that we have t, which is static of int, right? And params, if set of var args will be array of 0 to t per param. This is where language gets weird. The fun generics kick in. Yep. And the rest stays the same. Because it can. Do we even need the items iterator at that point? I don't even know. But let's see if the converter works. Okay, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna get rid of the wall and let's see if that works on my end, because it just might not. Oh, it worked. Magic. Thank you so much for that, because suddenly this is so much easier to express things with, you know, something like that, right? So awesome. Very thanks. Oh, that feels so good. Okay, so let's continue then. So what if we're gonna run an experiment where this whole table reference of this and that, do we even need to convert it to a table? Can we just pass it as a sequence of stuff? Because the thing is that this is not the only place where we'll be iterating over a list of parameters that we can give to the thing. This is stuff we'll be doing everywhere in a database, where we want to be able to pass those parameters. And at some point, it won't be string, it'll be string and then something else. Probably some kind of other type that we're gonna come up with. And Patrick asking, your project is on Git? Yes, it's on Git. I think a link is in the description of the video. Let me just paste it in here as well. Wherever it just went. I can just go to search, not the repo. This will be the xconti / surreal. Okay, I'm gonna paste it in here anyway. Let's copy, let's paste it. and on Twitch as well, because on Twitch you can't add stuff to description, which I know is kind of pointless. I mean, it's a different platform. I'm not that familiar with Twitch, to be honest. Alrighty, so let's think about this type, because like I mentioned, there will be like a million places where we want to add our list of parameters when we send a query to a database, right? So this will be used everywhere. So I wonder if what's the point of defining this whole table? I mean, there kind of is a point to it, right? Because this means that we can have duplicates, which is kind of nice. And we can just set objects and whatnot in this fashion, which is nice. I like that part. And at that point, if we're going to be using it everywhere, I guess we shouldn't go with a reference. We should go with something else. I don't know yet. Maybe we're gonna. Yeah, I'm thinking of a way to wrap it. Thank you, Patrick. And Taras, I presume you prefer Twitch, right? Why do you prefer Twitch for streaming than YouTube? Okay, so let's think about this whole thing. Let's start defining it in core, because we already defined that we have something called query param, right? So let's add additional and just call it query params, okay? If we're gonna make it a sequence of query param, nothing is stopping us from having duplicated keys, right? So that would be kind of yuck. So what if we're gonna make it as an object, okay? And do we want it to be a reference object or not? Maybe not, because it's gonna contain its own reference table. Oh geez, that would suddenly mix things up, because when you copy different objects, even though they're not referenced, you think they are, and okay, this gets messy. So let's say that we just define it where we have the table, okay? It will be just a table of string, okay? And that's how it's gonna store the data. It's just a wrapper around the table. And then we're gonna just need to define two ways to interact with it. Way number one will be where we define where we can, you know, suddenly makes it a lot of work. Yeah, suddenly wrapping it is going to be a lot of work, because we need to add the accessing it, adding data to it. But maybe that will be enough, right? Because what else do we want? We want to iterate over those query params. We want to get an iterator that will actually get us the query params object rather than pair like undefined something. We want to be able to set data to it, retrieve, and convert it to JSON for sending. So maybe that's good enough. So let's do it this way. Because I don't like how this whole thing kind of works. Let's do it this way. I'm gonna grab it out of here. All right. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna start splitting this whole core into smaller things. So I'm gonna do straight up in private, I'm gonna create a new file, core underscore params, okay? .nym. And I'm just gonna plop some of those. type. And the thing is, I'm not even gonna import anything here, because I'm gonna do the dirty thing. And I'm just gonna say include this thing. Yellow. And Tara's on, wow, okay. What's going on Twitch? Tara says on YouTube it's very hard to discover streamers. On Twitch it's easy. Okay, I see. So when no one streams from usuals, you just go and find someone else. Alright, on YouTube it's impossible. I see. I guess I never looked for streamers. That's my problem. Even though I'm streaming 3 times a week, I like rarely watch streams. Oh, and Senior Mordred, as in Patrick, is now on Twitch as well. Welcome. Okay, and Tara says sometimes streamer has troubles noticing messages on Twitch. Yes, that's me. Because my setup, I have left screen, which you can see, and right screen, which you cannot see. So my right screen always looks like this, and where is it? You can see there's lots of windows open. Which one is it now? Oh, it's not showing the other window? Oh, this one. So this is what I usually see, all right? I don't have any elaborate things. I just found some kind of app that allows you to get both streams, and I'm thinking about replacing my current pop-ups with that thing, although I prefer the way my thing displays chat. But at the same time, I don't feel like implementing all the emojis and from all the platforms, so I might go with that other solution at some point. And I just know that, you know, with that other tool, then I will be able to just have one separate box where I can just have everything in one place. Because for some reason, I really don't want to stream only on one platform. And I'm also planning to set up like self-hosted restreaming solution that doesn't need much CPU, so I can stream from my computer, not to do both YouTube and Twitch, and have maybe one little bit higher quality stream that goes from my computer to one server running online that then redistributes it to both YouTube and Twitch. So that uses whatever, faster connection than what I have at home. So yeah, things might be improving over time, and then I'll be able to add a little ding ding that I can hear when somebody writes in chat, so that I can check both left and right. So sorry about that I'm not seeing things sometimes. Okay, so what on earth is going on now? Okay, so the idea was that we have the params, right? Query param and query params. So now I could just say new query param. I don't think that's necessary because it's just a tuple, right? So we don't care about that. But what I would like to do is add that converter from here, that implicit one that takes the array of query params and returns a nice shiny query params. Okay, there we go. And we're not gonna do that. Oh, new table creates one like that. How on earth are we? Two table? I guess that could work, right? So that we have a table, and for each of those we add that to the table and return a table. But not really. We're then gonna make a query params. So return query params table is this. Okay. And then we just need to exactly get the access. Wait, what? Because we have the equals to set it. Okay, how the hell do you define those operators? We should have an example of that somewhere here. This is converters, but if we're gonna go to tables, we should have the operators. Oh geez, comparing and all that other stuff. Let's just do this. So this of type AB retrieves the value t. Oh yeah. That's right. This is our input, right? Our params, da, and we take a key and we return a string because that's what it is right now. For now, it's a string. So we just do that. And then we're gonna have the setting where we set the key. Yep, that makes sense. Great. Alrighty. That's good. So if we have retrieval and setting, the only thing will be proc instead of add, because we don't need that. We're just gonna have, what the hell was it? %star. Okay. And whoa. Params.table. There we go. Return. There we go. That's how you do it. And then the last one will be the iterator. So iterator, I believe, items for that thing. And we just iterate parents.table.items. No, pairs. Oh, geez, Louise. And we need to go pair, which will be pair 0 and 1. There we go. It's just ugly. Okay, I can live with that. And Tara says, okay, I have decided against Zig. No stability is deal breaker. Yep, I'll move forward with C. Yeah, so depending on what you actually need. I, for some reason, tend to prefer, okay, let's do stuff that's totally not stable, and then I have reasons to complain, right? All right, so I think we have enough here. And this way we'll be able to go over query params as tuples for items. And in theory, we could go iterator, not pairs. It will be, what do you call it? Values. Right? And we do the same thing, and then we have iterator keys. There we go. Great. We've got a bunch of iterators, setting, getting values, and implicit converter from one to the other. I would also probably, if that's the case, I would also make a converter from, instead of having array, it will be a sequence of query params. All right, and basically we created table, and then we just go for items for the sequence. Just go for it. Okay. I still don't know if we need that or we just go through a sequence. I don't know. For now, let's say that this is good enough. Okay. And this should be good enough, right? Yeah. I probably could also do or this thing, but for now we'll just leave it this way, and let's see what happens. So import on in core. Our core has both JSON and tables, so it should work. And that means that we can get rid of this part. There we go. Yeah. So now our sign-in query, instead of saying it's table ref of this thing, we're just gonna say this is query params. There we go. That's it. So for param and other params dot items. Yeah. And we can say param dot key is param dot value. And let's see if that actually works. Error. Of course, mismatch to table. Oh, because set is empty and it has no idea what type it's supposed to be. So let's see how we can give it some hint. Okay. Table, which is table of string. Can I do exactly the same thing here? And will it magically work, or do I need something extra? Let's try it again. We have mismatch. Table. Okay, it's the same thing. So I guess it needs this specified here. This way I could get rid of it here. Let's see if that makes any difference. No. Core params. Line 16. Let's see how, if we have another examples. Because we had new table, right? To create a new one. What are the other ways? Because we can say this dot to table. And table ref. Okay. And it's this and that. Oh, init table. That's what it is. There we go. I knew there was a better way to do that than my silly tries of silly attempts. There we go. Please work. Please, please, please. Okay, alright. Looks like it worked. Okay. Looks like it worked. So Sun and Fancy, with all this fancy stuff, it worked. Awesome. So if that's the case, we have it neatly packaged here. I'm gonna also do something similar, and I'm gonna grab the non-types and null types, okay? And we're gonna create private new file core underscore non-types name. And I'm just gonna say that we have this type, those definitions here, and I believe we have some additional things there. Was it a macro or something? How the hell do we define it? We have serial editor, all that stuff. Yeah, that's a macro. Wow, how fancy. Thanks, Claude. Okay, so we've got those few things. All right. Non-types, those fancy macros. Okay. And anything else, so we can just put it in front of this then. Include non-types, params. Let's actually rename it to query params, because that sounds a little bit nicer. It's 11:45 already. Wow, time flies. And nobody on YouTube suddenly, huh? All right. So we've got that part. Let's see if I can extract something out of the course so that we can keep extracting. So we have the whole result type, right? I would like to extract it as well to do something. Include underscore result. Okay, because this is again a common thing. It'll be used everywhere. I just want it separately. New, it'll be core underscore result. So we have type. Okay. And on that type, we have few things defined, like okay, error, and pretty much it. Okay, so I'm fine with that. We're just gonna place it here, and it's nice and clean. So next, we can extract the basically surreal result. Okay. So, okay, let's do that. Surreal result. Include. Oh look, it heard me. Core surreal result. Okay, we're gonna get an error, result, and response. And we're gonna grab it. All those little things. Response JSON, response, and as error. Okay? And this way the core itself can contain right now the serial thing and whatnot. And it's gonna be just a tad bit cleaner. Yeah, this is good enough. So, bam. And this should somewhat work. Oh no, Tara says I have downloaded C23 draft standard. Woof. Oh, the happy reading. I don't know how can you do that. How you can do that? Just read through the reference. So one disclaimer, because C is so old and there are so many interpretations of the standard, so many different implementations of it. They all don't always follow all the standard parts. I have never tried it, but it just sounds like something extra wordy rather than concise. And Tara said, I recommend you try with C++. I will try it and see how far I can go through it. Because my problem is I'm a slow reader. I'm a very slow reader, so I don't get far fast. And Patrick says, no, don't do it. Yeah, I'll try on my own, and if I'll think it's a good idea, I'll do it on a stream. I'll for sure share my findings. But I don't know when I'm gonna do it. I don't know when I'm gonna do it yet. Okay, so we cleaned up a little bit. I'm happy about that. So let's just continue with our sign inquiry so I can finish that part. So we could define it. Let's just move on to this new solution. We'll just forget the old ugly table reference thing. Okay. So we sign in this thing, and here are other params. So let's just call it params. Okay. We don't need to call them other anymore. So params object. This is our JSON object, and to that we can start adding stuff from here. This should be a copy here. So in theory, I could straight up say, you know what, instead of doing this weird stuff, how about params and we set this is that, and this is that, right? And just screw the iterators and everything. We don't need it. And then what we're gonna do is just say, hey, just do this. We can probably just do that part. Let's see if it works without it and if it works with it. And I don't know if that's gonna work because probably not. And yeah, let's see what happens. I'm just curious. Oh, okay. So what do we have here? Type mismatch. When we try to do this, params, query params, and a string namespace. So the problem is a position. All of them. Ordinal TS. Whoa, okay, sync as. What the hell? Oh, expression params is immutable, not var. I see. So that means I will need to have a. I mean, I already have a copy. Do I need to make another copy? I'll just shadow it. How about that? Oh, okay, we've got progress. Now it just complains that we're calling sign in fancy, while we just should call sign in. How about that? There we go. There we go. Okay. It worked. It even printed it out as, okay, we have a table, and this is the data inside. Okay. Great. So if I wanted to actually, let's just make it extra fancy, because now we have things nicely separated. We can just define as quickly as possible just way to print it, which will be just print the table, and that's it. Okay, this way it should just look a little bit nicer. So when we read our params, it's just gonna print them out like this. Okay, that's good. So response for query ID is this and that. Okay, I wonder if we should actually define this a little bit differently. Yeah. But no, I'm gonna leave it the way it is. I think right now it just shows it like that, but maybe not. Because the thing is that if we're making it for SurrealDB, right, it will be nice to print it out in a format that is SurrealDB friendly. So instead of just doing this, let's do something more fancy when we're printing it out, because, you know, printing it out will be only when we want to print it out for debugging and nothing else. So let's do for, yeah, maybe not even for pair, and let's keep it optimized, or not. Let's not copy. Sure. So we're gonna make it basically var, like result is this, okay? And then for each one of those. Oh, now we need to take care of this other thing. Ugh. This is one common thing to do in programming, where you just need to have a list of that. And you need to basically print this, print that, and join them with commas, but you don't want the last comma. And I just hate doing that. this simple thing. I absolutely hate doing it. So that means that I'm gonna say for sections, it's a sequence of strings, okay? For each thing, for each pair, we're gonna say, let's add a new section where we basically say $, and the name, and then we will have, oops, this, and for now we're just gonna plop it in here, okay? For now. No, we can't do that. Let's do that. This should work. Ay, ay, ay. I don't like it. Let's try that. And then we're gonna basically go this sections join, and we probably need string utilities for that or something. Let's see how that fares. I mean, it looks okay right now. All right? Right now, it looks okay. So the thing is that I probably could skip this whole part and just say, use the JSON printing for this part for now. And this should wrap it in there automatically, right? Or not? Huh? I have star here. What the hell? I don't think I would need that part. Don't we have JSON in this thing? We should. Core. Let's JSON import it. What's the problem? The ampersand. Oh, because we need to also do that. Yeah. And now it automatically will escape those as well if we have some weird stuff in there. Okay? Or if that will be in the future, this will be replaced with actual JSON node, and then it's gonna also work differently. So we'll have the ability of having nested things, and we'll always print them out that, okay, this is this parameter, this is this parameter, because SurrealDB looks at those parameters with a $sign first, so this will help in development just a little bit. Okay. So okay, I'm happy with that solution. I'm just gonna remove this thingy and let's call it a day on this particular part, because I'm dragging again. Okay, so our sign inquiry, it should just work like that. It specifies the extra parameters just like that here. Okay, so that's fine. And then we can just do that. And I believe it worked because this has the way to convert it this way. So yeah, everything's fine. Okay. I think we did that. So thank you, Patrick, for helping out of that. I'm really thankful for finding a way with those converters to make it nice and clean, because now the sign in looks clean, right? We can pass those things and we're gonna reuse it in a million places. And by million places, I mean we can actually go and implement the sign up, okay? Because in sign up, we need to specify those three and again, pass random number of parameters, because it could be defined whatever, because whatever way of signing in we define in a database itself, we can actually have it, accept whatever. Yeah. And Patrick says, you're welcome. Happy to see and help with NIM. Thank you for that. All right. So getting back to code, let's try to do and write new file, sign up, query.nym. Okay. We will have something which is basically a copy of sign in, because it's literally the same thing. All right, so I'm gonna paste it in here, and let's copy whatever we have up here. So we sign up, and we can copy the description from here. Sign up a user using the sign up query defined. So let's do sign up as a record user. Okay. So we get namespace, database, access control, and the params required for the sign in. And we just do all that. Instead of sign in, it'll be sign up. There we go. Wait, how on earth are we getting the... Oh wait, no, this is a dumb version, because it says, oh, secret 1, secret 2, or whatever. This is not the one from NIM, right? Because this, of course, doesn't work. Okay, great. So that thing should work. And then serial response, if it's okay, if it's not. So what does it return? It should return just a token, okay? So if we will look at sign in, return the token too? No, yes. Okay, scope user returns a token. So that's that. So we'll just return it for now. Okay. We just return a string straight away. That's it. Okay. Yeah, that was simple. I don't even need to verify it probably. So great. I mean, I can verify it quickly, it will just fail. So before we do the sign in, we're gonna say let sign up response. We sign up this and that user, and we have secret 1 and secret 2. No new table required at the end. And then if it's okay, sign up, and we get a token. Otherwise, we just have the error, which we should get as an error, because it should not work. Okay, sign up. We need import, use queries. You know what? Let's just have queries. And we're just gonna do the similar thing. Or for now, I'm just gonna straight up import all of those. So let's do, include what was the order of them? Use query. Okay. Info query. Sign in, sign up. Invalidate. Sure. Only 5 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have that. Select here at the end. We're gonna handle that whenever we get to it. And Tara says, okay, time to sleep. It was nice seeing you. All right, nice chatting with you too, and have a great sleep. Enjoy the weekend. And good luck with the reading the C specification. I hope you're gonna enjoy it. I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it, so that's awesome. Okay, So we're gonna just straight up include those. That means I'm gonna need common and core, right? Core, common. We even have extras. Got tables. Yes, we've got tables. So I can start getting rid of those and just simplifying those for now. Okay. All right. And this goes away. Sign in query. This info query. So we want to avoid double things. Sign in. Sign up. And use is the last one. Okay. This way I should have a luxury of just going and click queries, okay? And call it a day. So let's run it now again, and let's see how badly we end up. Oh, there we go. So sign up error. There was a problem with the database. There was a problem with signing up. That's it. But that's great. That means that our sign up worked because we got proper error. And it was just with signing up. It means that, you know, there was no such thing as user and whatnot, which is great. All right. So we're blazing through it like crazy. What's the next thing? The next thing was authenticate. So all we're doing here, we're giving a token, which is just a string. So I guess that will be simple, right? So private this. So let's do this in the meantime. I will move all those to private. Should I move them to private? Yeah, because these are just files that will be imported. Right. So I'm just gonna start renaming them so I have some old thing. Query and query info. Okay. Query invalidate. Query sign in. Sign up. And query use. This way I have them nicely ordered here and I can keep track of them in private. And here let's just say that queries. I just select all those. And this will be private. There we go. And yep, so next one will be after sign in. Look at that. It knows it'll be authenticate. How does it know it? I haven't even copied it. Does it listen to me? So the next one will be, let's do a test. I'm gonna say it out loud. So next should be the query duplicate. No, it just predicts that it's gonna be select. Of course it doesn't listen. Sure. So private, new file, query, authenticate. And this will be a simple one. What does it say as a response? In a response, it doesn't send anything. Okay, it's either success or not. So we could, again, just copy the info. And shouldn't I need to use like double or something? I don't remember now. Authenticate will be basically authenticate as a record user with the given token. Oh, no, authenticate with the given token generated by whatever token, okay? The token already should have all the information aside, so we shouldn't need to worry. So this will be authenticate authenticate. And we just need to give it token, which would be a string. So be authenticate, and what's gonna go in here? Token. There we go. Just like that. I just want to see if that's how I usually pass it, because I start forgetting. For use, I just put those here, and I don't even bother doing anything to them because send query will probably already include it. Params, string, or a JSON node. Oh. So if it's a string, it's the string, it needs to be JSON, right? While if it's not a string, it needs to be JSON node, which is the thing. Okay, I see. So I'm just gonna give it JSON node, and that's it. So we're good in authenticate. Okay. I don't believe we'll have any problems there. So I'm gonna move on. All right. Okay. So the next one will be, because we want to invalidate let. This method stores a variable on the current connection. So how does it work? Let name and value. So the name will be just the name. Okay, so that will be a string. And then we have value, the value for the variable. And I guess this will be just JSON? I guess so, right? It'll be just JSON, unless this is straight up a string of SurrealDB stuff. This is lacking a little bit of an example, so I'm gonna assume that it sets value to whatever JSON is supposed to be, because we should be able to give it a number, we should be able to give it other things. So how do you define iteration? I think we're gonna try it out. I'm gonna say that we're sending a string, and that string will be supposed to be SurrealQL, okay? And we're gonna see what values work, all right? So we're just gonna pass it a string, and that's it. So in queries, the next one will be include. Look at that, it knows let. How on earth does it know that it's let? Unset, live, kill. Oh, I know, because it takes it from in common. We have all those, right? So authenticate, invalidate. Now it knows it's let, unset, live, and kill. It gets to the creepy point where it's like, where does it know what is the next thing? An exact order that I'm talking about right now. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. New file, query, let.nym. So what I'm gonna do, it's gonna be very similar to the authenticate, where it takes a string. It will take two strings here actually, and then it simply is gonna return nothing in this case. But why do I do JSON node as a return value? Not sure, because info sends that. How about what else? We did invalidate. Just send a non-type. Oh, because it's less code, right? Info sets data. authenticate shouldn't send in the data. So it should be this. So let's get the validate as an example, okay? And we're just gonna say that this is let response is this, okay? And if it's okay, do this or that. There we go. So I'm happy with that thing here. For info, we need to save it. For let, we'll just do let response, okay? And this will be the same thing. Oops, none type, okay? There we go. Now we got correct stuff. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is first thing will be name, and the other will be value, should be string. And in future we can make, I don't know, SurrealQL type or something. If preferred at some point, not sure. Okay, so we've got that part. Great. So we send a let, and here I'm just JSONizing the value, but we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna give it that token that is supposed to be the actual value. So we'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens. Or wait, where do I have it? Info? No, I mean, I could see it in the comment, right? So when it returns a string, params is a string. Or a string. So I'm just straight up creating a string and pasted it inside here as the value. Okay? That's why when we have a JSON thingy, if it's a string put into JSON, it will be actually as a string. If not, I need to be aware that I need to put the strings in place myself. Okay, so in that case, we're just gonna have value string. Let's just keep it value. We're gonna test a few things, right? So query, and here yeah, because if we're gonna send a query, this will be sent like that. So parameters are supposed to be just an array like that. Okay, so we're gonna do something very similar here, where I'm gonna just format it in a way that we have a list, okay? Instead of an object here, have a list. The first one will be the name, right? So it will be this thing, the $1 in there. So that's gonna be the name. And that is already a string. Then the second one will be just a thing, which is the value. There we go, and this should work, hopefully. All right, a bit hacky, but we're gonna get there. So how can we test it? So we're gonna do it very simple way. I'm just gonna get rid of the info, and this sign in is the record user that we don't really need anymore. So I'm gonna get rid of that part. Oh, because we have sign in response. There we go. Okay. So we don't need to sign up anymore. We just use the namespace, sign in, and then we had the whole info thing. But we're not doing info anymore. We're just gonna do let response 1. And we're gonna say for the let, we're just gonna say that we set a value of my variable. And we're just gonna give it some kind of value, right? We're gonna start with giving a string. Hi there. Okay. We need to include the quotation marks so that it looks just like an example here. Okay. All right. So that should be it. And then if it's okay, I mean, I'm gonna assume it's okay. So let's do if let response 1 is, I mean, is not okay, right? If it's not okay, then we're gonna say let error. Yep. Otherwise, we're just gonna just query it normally, right? Because we can Surreal select. Oh, because we have Surreal select. Oh, geez. We need to just run straight up a query from common. And that's private. Okay, let's see if we have something else that we can quickly implement to test this whole let thing. I'll set live kill query. So query is just this method sends a custom SurrealQL query, right? So we have SQL as the SurrealQL that we're gonna paste in here, and then the parameters. So we're gonna implement that, the most important one in my opinion. So new file, query underscore query, and I mean it's gonna return the result as a JSON node. So let's just grab something like sign in and probably the fancy one because that both returns something and takes something. Okay, so we're gonna say query. So here are SurrealDB, and what we need to have is two things. First thing will be SurrealQL, right? So that will be here. That will be just a string. For now, just a string. And then we have the parameters. That's literally all we need. So we can just define it in this fashion. That's a little bit more readable. All right. And the feature that returns JSON node. Okay, there we go. And beautiful. So what we can do now is, okay, we've got our parameters and we're everything. We are not expanding parameters in this case. Okay, so we're not doing this silly stuff. So what we need to do is basically send query, and that query needs to have SurrealQL on the left here and vars on the right here. So we need to escape our SurrealQL. Yeah, we need to escape it because right now it's gonna be just JSON. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna straight up just use that part, right? It's gonna be the SurrealQL because that's a string. It's gonna get wrapped in quotes and escape. And params, query params, they're already, you know, JSONable, serializable. What the hell am I saying? Oh, so silly. Okay, so that should work, right? We just get that, we get the response. If it's okay, we just, I mean, we can just straight up just return. Because we're not checking anything. We're just sending it and call it a day. Wow, this is, uh, yeah. Send a custom query to SurrealDB. There we go. Simplest thing. My favorite thing, to be honest. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So in queries, we're just gonna say include this. There we go. Beautiful. So now if that's the case, in our Surreal nym, when we have the response and we got, you know, it wasn't an error, we can basically say let check response is, let's query, let's do return, it'll be my variable, right? Sure. And as for thing, we don't have anything to send here, so can I make a variant without it? I guess I could, right? Query. And let's just have another variant, which will be simplified version of it. All right. Just without that one. And a future, blah, 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 blah. And what we're doing here, we're not even sending the params, I guess. We could just have it like this. Yeah. There's nothing there. Oh, it just needs to be this, an empty object. Hopefully it's gonna work. Hopefully. All right, just an empty object. We'll see if it works. If it's not gonna work, it's gonna be very upset. So if it's okay, we just say let check response is this, otherwise is that. Okay, and we don't run anything past it. So let's see how it's gonna go. Can open file query sign up. Where do I have that specify? Query underscore sign up. Sing up. Oh, that's funny. Okay, query let and nym has some issues. We expected colon, well, we got equals. Not colon, equals, well, we got that. Which line? 18. So line 3. There's no such thing on line 3. What the hell? Proc authenticate. Now we open this parentheses. We have 1, 2, and 3, which is fine. Then we go to future. 1, 2. 1, 2. That's good. Let response. Oh, equals. That's what we're missing. Type mismatch got set empty for this, but expected a string. 360. So it expected a string here? So what's gonna happen if I'm not gonna just send it? It's gonna ignore it, right? Hopefully. Let's see. declare params for params, but expected a string. What the hell? 7. Send query. We gave it this. I mean, it should just JSONify it, so what the hell is the problem here? It doesn't need to contain anything else. I see. Because this is still just a sequence that's a nym sequence. It just can't comprehend that, oh wait, we have something here and something else here. So I will need to straight up just manually make them all the same thing. I see. And the same thing was here. Right? We're just gonna do this, comma, this. Okay. Let's try it now and let's see if that fixed the problem. Now can't open Surreal Common. What? Oh, because we don't need it here. Okay, and declare attempting to call undeclared routine let. Oh, it might be a problem to have a routine called let, right? Because isn't it a keyword? Let's see. So Surreal line 28. Surreal.let. Yeah. Because in here, we're importing it. But here, oh, we should call it let. And now it's going to complain that it shouldn't be it. Yeah, an identifier expected by God keyword let. Can I just define it like this and will it work in the other spot? Undeclared identifier exclamation mark and surreal.nym line 29. Oh, because it thinks it's that, so I would need to. So how would I rename let in this case? Because I can't use let. Let param. Let's just call let param. And call it a day. Oh, it really complains about oh, not. If it's not okay. Silly me, so I could have let. See, it's telling me that I can just define let. And it shouldn't be a big deal. Oh, it works. Okay, great. Awesome. So it's smart enough. So we go to response for the let. Result is high there. And stat is okay. And we even got a response for the time, for the request. Great. In that case, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna try another test. Because if I was able to find it like this, what's gonna happen if I'm gonna send without quotes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? Just shove in that value there. Okay. Now it shows the result is this. Therefore, it's just a number. What if I'm gonna specify it as something like D, and we're gonna escape D is date, right? So something like this. Okay. Let's see if that's gonna go through. Okay. Notice that I sent basically this part. That was shoved into there. So somehow it recognized it. Even though we... Oh no, we escaped it, right? Because that's just an escaped thing. So can I say that... Can I just put SurrealQL inside here? What if I would figure out some kind of query? Not this whole thing, because that's not it, but let's tinker a little bit. Return array. And we have some array stuff here, right? So let's just get a new tab. SurrealDB.com. Resources, SurrealDB documentation. We need to go back now for some reason. QL. Okay. Functions, database function, array functions. We have add all any. I think we got some kind of generations for something. Fills an existing array of the same value. Array any. So yeah, let's just try to define something like this. All right, because if I'm gonna run this and send it as a query, it's just gonna be like that. So I could say just this. So where is this? So if I'm gonna paste it here, it's just gonna shove it in there as a string. It's gonna escape this value here. So let's see what is the value that the thing has. Look at that, result has that. So this, what we're putting here is SurrealQL, straight up. Okay. So what I would do is in the query let, I would say that the value needs to be a SurrealQL. So I'm just gonna add to do make sure the value is the SurrealQL value, okay, or type. When we're gonna add the type, we're just gonna make sure that this is specified to be a SurrealQL, which we can make into distinct string or something, so we convert from one to the other or whatnot. And this way, at least the end user will know that, oh, I actually have to put SurrealQL here rather than just null and random string, and it will take away some of the confusion. So we could probably do it here already, right? Inside the core, we have the core non-types, query params, results, Surreal result and whatnot. So new file, core underscore surrealql.name. Okay, and we're just gonna say type, and here we're just gonna say surrealql is distinct string. Okay, and in theory we could expose some things on it, but for now I'm just gonna say if it's surrealql, you can't do anything with it. It's locked down. And let's just make sure that's in core. So we have non-types, and before we go to query params, we're just core SurrealQL. There we go. So now we can magically say that this is not string, this is SurrealQL. All right. There we go. So we are forced to give it SurrealQL rather than something else. And the value dot string. Okay, so that we can convert it back. Okay. So when we use it, we need to say this dot surrealql. And in theory, we could just go to the whole surrealql and just make a little thingy for it. I just forgot how to implement those because I'm just gonna add to do. to do. Add the custom string literal for SurrealQL. It wasn't like that. It was something else. So I'll have it as a to-do. Unless I'm just gonna go and do the fun thing that I have never done before, actually. YouTube.com. Name custom literals. Numeric literals, string and character literals. There we go. String literals. Yeah. So we have escape sequence of string literals. Then we have triple quoted and raw string ones and generalized raw string literals. So we can do them like that, but how do we specify them? Do I have some code somewhere? Oh, I just do that. Text string and string, just a proc. Oh, okay. Proc SurrealQL. Okay, and it's just gonna do that. They're unescaped, so I don't remember what that means. We'll find out. I guess the slash ends and whatever don't work in them. Possibly. So we'll see. All right, we'll see. So in that case, I could just say, hey, this is the SurrealQL. Ha. Let me just make sure I actually exported it. Yes, it's exported. Beautiful. So yeah, that's that. And the other thing is actually in a query, we need to specify that this is also the SurrealQL, okay? Because it could be that. Well, params are just strings, I guess, so it shouldn't really matter. Although parameters also could be probably SurrealQL. Oh, this is getting interesting. Because at some point we'll need to make it that we either pass it as SurrealQL as a parameter, that this is just a query inside. Although I'm not sure if that's supposed to work that way, possibly, or just a JSON node, right? Because that's another thing. So that's another thing that we'll need to figure out what this allows us to do or not. But for now, we're not worrying about the parameters, okay? That much. So if that's this way, you know, if I'm gonna try to run it, this should be unhappy. And indeed, it's unhappy and cursorial. Okay, core SurrealQL. Oh, because I didn't remove that for some reason. Okay, now it's unhappy because one is SurrealQL, one is something else. So the moment I say SurrealQL here, it should magically work. No, it doesn't. Oh, because of course here I'm not taking care of the fact that this is SurrealQL, so we need to convert it back to string. There we go. And still doesn't work because we need to do the same thing here. Okay, now it works. Now we're getting a response. Great. Okay. All right. I'm happy with the result. The let works the way I hoped. So that's great. So now that we actually got to that point, let's just commit more stuff. because this is starting to be fun. All right, got our serial name, and this is where we just did all the crazy moving and extracting, right? So basically everything but the .exe, because I'm too lazy to put a filter for that. Yeah. Yep. It's just in Surreal. I will actually leave that in for now. So let's do implement let query and clean up. There we go. Beautiful. Let's just go to the get ignore and say ignore all XX, because I'm running on Windows. I just want to do those. Ignore.exe executables. I'm sure there's a way to make sure that executables get generated in some folders like .bin and therefore this and that, but I don't feel like reading through more documentation. Okay. We'll be finishing soon, so let's just implement the last thing. And what is the next thing after let? Unset. Unset. The method removes a variable from the current connection. And again, doesn't return anything. Okay, that's gonna be super simple. So if we're gonna get to our code in any fashion, there we go. I'm already in it. So let will be now include query onset. Okay. So we've got onset. So create new query underscore onset. Alrighty. So this could probably follow suit of something like let, because we're not returning anything. We're not sending anything here. It will be basically here. So this will be remove provided variable from the current connection. What they call it? Yeah, from the current connection. So for the actual let, we need to update this one. Set a variable. Set a variable for the current connection. Okay. That's it. So we don't need to keep resending it, right? That's great. So if that's the case, the next one is live. Oh, this method initiates a live query for a specified table name. So for more advanced live queries where filters are needed, use query method to initiate a custom live query. So I guess that's the thing. We're gonna get the responses back, right? So this is the result, right, that we're gonna get. And live notification for every creation, update, or deletion on a specified table, a live notification will be sent. Live notifications do not have an ID attached, but rather include the live query UUID in the result object. Oh, so this will be an interesting thing to actually handle, because this will force us to modify some of our code that, reads all the things that come from the database, okay? And we're searching for ID. If it's not ID, we're just straight up not handling it. We're just checking if it's an error, if not, and whatnot. So we'll need to add another check that if it's not an error, we'll just look for an ID of the live query somewhere else, and we'll be able to keep adding those. And this is probably somewhere we could potentially add something like channels, or in some way start processing those where we have listeners and maybe we aggregate things to some point. That could be interesting, fun things to implement, because the whole thing here is that we can send a live query. Well, no, initiate a live query like, hey, let's monitor this table. And we're just gonna get a bunch of notifications like, oh, this thing got created, that thing got removed, whatnot. And just return fun objects and react to things. So that will be fun to implement, but not now because we're nearly finishing. And I would like to have a little bit more of worked out of how we're dealing with the whole thing before we have something like that implemented. Then we have kill. This method kills an active live query. So again, live queries, we don't worry about that yet. So let's just do private query live and kill. Okay. And those two things need to be basically added. Then we've got the query, and we already did that, right? We just this and variables. There we go. Just like that, we can pass things. Then we're gonna do select. And we're already starting doing a little bit of that. And what happens here is basically we give it just a thing. The thing that we want to do, which is a table or record ID to select. So it could be person. But what is the other thing? I guess we could specify it a little bit more. So that's gonna be interesting. So let's do this. Wait, we've got the query already, right? So the next thing is select. Okay, because we've got query, now is the select. So let's just make sure we do that, and new private, new file, so be query select.nym. And what we can do is initially just cut this out of here. Okay, so this is getting a little bit emptier, and first of all we need to include, of course. Okay, so select, we can just place it here. But I know that this is a little bit closer to something like the query in the way we handle it. Okay. So in the select, we'll have basically, how do I describe it? Select either all records in a table or a single record. So basically select all records in the table. Okay. And what we're gonna do here is have the select where the thing is string. Okay. So we're gonna have proc select. I mean, what do we have here? This is all correct, all correct. We don't need to do it that way. So let's just do this select. And instead of SurrealQL, this will be table. And that's going to be a string. Okay. And I know that in theory, the string could be pointing to a specific thing in the database, which we're going to check. But also, we're going to have a second one. So first of all, this will be select. And instead of sending the whole thing, we're just going to do this little thing. There we go. And instead of thing, it'll be the table. And then we're going to have another one, which will be select this specified record. So if it's specified record, then we're gonna need to basically specify that this will be the record ID. And I mean, right now it will be a string, but this should be more like record ID, right? And this should consist of a table and the other thing. So we're just gonna comment it out for now, because I want to play around with this one, because this is gonna be a little bit more fun. So instead of doing the whole let thing or whatever, we're just gonna say, we're gonna use something like this. Instead of let check response, we're just gonna call it select response. Okay. And this will be select. And this is just a string, right? So we can select item. And this should return all the items. Okay. So, that's how it worked so far. Let's try to run it and see if it works. No, undeclared identifier value. Ooh, yeah. Where do we use the value? Not here. In onset. What? Oh, of course, onset. Oopsie. Name. Okay. Let's just fix that part, because I totally didn't fix anything here. Very bad. And I didn't even change that name. Onset. Jeez Louise. What the hell am I doing here? I just changed this thing and that's it. That's silly. Okay. All right. So let's try to compile it now. Okay, we've got all the 1,000 items. And printing it, it's like really long. Wow. Okay. They're all the same. Voila. Right? Just different IDs. So let's say if I'm gonna grab this ID, this random thing, okay? So now I can just specify that I want this item, right? And it will still let me do that, right? Bam. And we've got the item. What if I'm gonna straight up specify that I want this item and maybe that item? Because something tells me I can start bending the rules a little bit. Bam. Something tells me this is still gonna work. Because it's SurrealDB, it's gonna work. No, it didn't work. Huh. So why is that? Why it didn't work? Because we provided it as a string, not something else, right? So in theory, what if I'm gonna do it this way? With a select. I'm gonna copy this, but what we're gonna do is select thing. Select the thing, yeah. The specified thing, because the word thing is actually a thing in SurrealDB, right? So we're gonna say thing, and this is SurQL. Because this is SurQL, we're just gonna say that we need to just do that. Do we? How do I do it in a what was it? Let? Oh, I was doing this crazy stuff. Yeah, that's what we need to do. So we specify only this, the number 1, because that's the only thing we specify, right? And this is just gonna be thing, that's string. There we go. So in here, I can just say that this thing is SurQL, okay? and it's just gonna get injected directly, and suddenly we selected both of those. Beautiful. We could still just say that this is the item, or can I say item limit 10? Does it just inject it as a part of the query? Nope. Malformed request received. It just doesn't make sense, right? Because it's not the proper stuff. So if I'm just gonna say item, it should still work. Wait. So let's try to run it. Select response null. Oh, I see. Huh. So I will need to straight up just say that, hey, this is this thing. And only now it would work. Oh, because it's not gonna escape it. That's true. I can just add this here, and now it should be okay. Let's see what the hell happened. Oh, and now we got all of them. It's just silly. All right, I see. Yeah. Cool. So that worked. Yeah. Okay, so we've got two variants where select all records and provide a table, or the specified thing, right? Just something like that. Specified record, okay? Because that's all we can do with a string. Either the whole table as the name of the table or the whole thing. I mean, in theory, I should be able to specify something else. Probably no, because it's select. So yeah, we're good. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I don't think there's anything else to do here. In theory, we could, yeah, specified record. Okay, let's add to do, okay? Because it would be nice if we would be able to have a type of record ID and just specify that. And this way we could have additionally special type for the actual ID, probably not, but the name of a table, and that will be the other thing. Yeah. Let's do it that way in the future when we start describing this thing. Okay, so I'm happy with how it works. So where's this thing? Here, there we go. I'm gonna ignore that part, and I'm just gonna say that because we fixed the querylet, select and unset. So let's actually do this. We're gonna do the, query name. We need all this fancy stuff. All right, not the select yet. We just did the other stuff. So add unset query, and here will be the select query. Select query. Let's see if we can squeeze one in because we're just going through it fast. I'm just happy how easy it is. So then we have create, insert, update, upsert, relate, merge, patch, and delete. Okay, so delete will be interesting. Patch will be probably difficult. Merge, probably not. Relate, not too bad. Then we have upsert and update, which will be fine. Let's just take a peek at create. What create requires? We have thing and data. Oh, that's literally it. So we're gonna send we create the thing, which is the person, and this thing. Okay, great. All right. Um, okay, I'm good with that. So new file, private query, create name. I'm gonna copy some of this code. All right. And we're gonna start replacing in a second. I just want to add it here. What just happened? Include create. There we go. So we're gonna start with create, which just takes the thing as a string, and then the rest will be data. And how on earth do we specify data here? Because it needs to be an object, or yeah, it's gonna be a list of properties, so it shouldn't be really params. So we should have yet another type of something. I'm gonna call it query params for now. So it'll be the data, which will be query params. But we'll need to define it some other way. Yeah. I mean, on the left will be string for some kind of name, but on the right we'll need to have SurrealQL basically. Okay. So let's add to do replace query params with some proper type for passing contents. Okay. So something like thing contents or something like that. Thing content. Because that could be a thing. So we pass it in, and as a response, we're gonna get the thing back. Okay. So for now, it'll be JSON node. Create this and data, which will be content. Okay. So we're gonna create it, and send query will be create. I hope I have that in the RPC method. I suppose I have. And what we're passing here, we're passing two things, param and the actual data. So we're just gonna have the thing, which needs to be a JSON thingy, and content, which we'll need to also put into JSON thingy. Which will be interesting considering that we could put SurrealQL in there. The formatting will take care of itself at some point. Not sure. We'll see. We'll try something. Okay, so we've got that part. And then what? The other create will be where the thing is actually SurrealQL. So let's do. Let's leave it the way it is. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing, paste it, and the thing will be SurrealQL. I don't have any common ways to wrap it together yet. Stuff stays the same. The only thing is that we'll need to we need to do our own thing here. I don't like doing my own thing here. Because the moment I pass it as a string into this thing, it's gonna think it's just something. How do I unwrap it to be circular where it doesn't escape the parentheses? Hmm. Ay, ay, ay. Do we need to even worry about it? Because in theory, whenever you call create, you're just gonna give it either the ID, like specific ID, or something else, and that will be a string. But no, when you specify the specific ID, it's gonna be a little bit different. But nonetheless, you want to always wrap it in parentheses, right? So we're not gonna be avoiding that part. We always wrap it in parentheses. So let's not have it as that, okay? We'll just call it the way it is right now. And we'll see what happens. So we don't do that. The only thing will be to be able to call it with record ID. So to do add variant that takes record ID as a thing. Okay. This should be good enough for now, right? And not select. This will be basically create a new record, either with a random or specified ID. Okay. So this is the thing. This is, it can be either the name of a table or the whole thing. Good. So this should be it. Let's just make it so that we do let create response, and nope, we're gonna create as test item. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what we're gonna try to create. And as the value, what we're gonna have here is we're just gonna pass it name is Ben, and then age 42. I'm not 42. What is the other property? State sleepy. Okay, just something like that for starters. We're gonna see if that works. If that works, I'll be very happy. And therefore, if response is okay, return it. Otherwise, error out. And then we're gonna try to actually grab it, which will be test item. We're gonna try to get test item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's what we're gonna try to select. We're gonna see if that works. I'm not sure about that. Okay, so we got the create response, right? And we've got the item with everything, and we were able to also get it. So when you go here, I'm gonna go explore, test item, we got the item, right? Great. hell, this starts to be something, half usable, right? Not bad. Uh, yeah, this goes straight up for Hacktoberfest. Because what? We have 2 more NIM streams before Hacktoberfest. So during the next stream, I'm sure we're gonna be able to get through some of this stuff. Because what? We've got the create going. So, I'm stopping it now. Let's just straight up go and do. When we're gonna run it again, it will probably say error out because it already exists. Yeah, there was a problem. The record already exists. Great. So that works too. We've got proper errors. So let's just go to the code and just do bam, query create. And what? Query create still has those. Oh. Wait a moment. What the hell just happened? I called create. Our create has selects, or our select has create. Oh, that is so silly. Okay, let's see if anything changed. So select didn't change, the create got added here, and we got added here. So implement create query. Let's push it. So if that's the case, so yeah, I'm just stopping it for now. We're just finished for today. All right, let's just see what else we have to do and see if we can get it to some kind of working condition in the next 2 streams. Okay, so next stream we'll for sure do insert, update, upsert. These are simple ones. Relate, in out relation, simple. We're gonna get it done. Merge, again, just thing and data, and it just works different behind the scenes, no big deal. Patch. So this is gonna be more difficult because diff is a boolean representing if just a diff should be returned. And other than that, thing and patches. Patches, they need to be in a specific way. So initially we just can say it, hey, this is just, it needs a specific structure. So we'll probably just create a type, and this will be a good introduction to serializing our types. And then we have delete, which will just have a thing. Yeah, the delete record is returned, but it doesn't seem to have a way to specify the where statement. So I wonder about those parameters, if we can actually specify person where something. So that will be another thing to check, because I know that that's the possible thing with deletion in somewhere else. Okay, so we're gonna see how that goes, and that'll be it. Then will be basically the live update, which will be probably the rest of the stream. Okay, so I am hoping that the next Friday we'll be able to basically finish off the basic versions of those, and then the following Friday we'll be able to start making, adding appropriate responses so that we can have few examples, right? And then to add maybe a few additional things like, add those record IDs, or figure out a specific, more pleasant way of passing SurrealQL without weird things where we don't know how to serialize things initially. Okay, and I'll have some time to think about it. We'll find, we'll learn as we go. But hopefully in those 2 streams we can get it to the point where we have good examples of how to do something, so we'll be able to just add some issues and start working on them. Maybe there'll be a contribution throughout at some point. Somebody will discover the project and maybe contribute something. It'll be fun. And then the next part will be just to do a bunch of testing, and it will be fun to at some point figure out how to make the tests, make GitHub automatically test it, as in it spins up SurrealDB as a Docker container, and each test can bootstrap the database from scratch and just shoot some things at it, right? Maybe it will create a separate database per test automatically, depending on test name or something, or path or whatever, and do something. So that will be probably another stream to try to figure out testing and get it to some point where it works, where it's usable. Yeah. I am truly astounded how relatively easy it is to do. And then the more interesting part would be to implement the seaboard thing, which is just different, right? We have a bunch of those tags that specify various types of data and how we format it and what the hell is going on behind the scenes. I don't think we have any seaboard related, any seaboard implementation in NIM, so that will be probably the whole another kind of thing to figure out. But yeah, we've got plans, so I'm happy about that. And as for now, I want to thank everyone for watching, for hanging out with me. As always, it was fun. And if you like the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And yeah, you can also join my Discord. Somewhere here probably is being displayed under me. And there's a link in the description. And see you on Monday when we'll continue development of our Unreal Engine game. I'll be doing UI stuff, which is tough. So you'll be probably watching me figuring out how to do that. All right. So again, thank you and see you guys.